Hello everybody. Of course I forgot to turn on my microphone. Sorry about that. Alright. It is 5 p.m. in Atlanta. And the reason I mentioned that is because we switched to daylight savings, or the, what do you call it, the winter time, which means I set my alarm clock so I don't miss Nathan's stream this morning at 10 a.m. and then I wake up because lately I've always been a morning bird, but lately, since I don't have a job, I've been staying up late, essentially, right? So I've been getting up at, I don't know, like 8, 9, even 10, depending, because sometimes I'll stay up till like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., sometimes even 4 a.m., so the next day, obviously, I'll wake up really late. I mean, I still wake up when my son wakes up and goes to school, you know, it's a pretty early hour. The bus picks him up a little after, what is it, a little after 6, right? So I still wake up pretty early, but then I go back to sleep, right? Or at least what I call sleep. So I set the alarm clock so I don't miss Nathan's stream, because I was moderating. And I wake up at like, I don't know, 9:20 or something. And I set the alarm clock to 9 a.m. And I was surprised that it didn't go off. And then I realized that my alarm clock switched time to winter, but my wall clock did not, because it's an old school battery powered regular clock, wall clock, right? So that was the mystery, because I thought, like, what the heck is going on with my phone? Why is it not waking me up? But it did. It just adjusted automatically. So yeah, that's the reason I'm mentioning it's 5 p.m. in Atlanta. So that means, because that is the problem with, well, actually it's not really a big problem, but that is the issue. Like, if you don't know, why does every backend application stores date and time in UTC? That's why, because different regions of the world change time. Some do, some don't. Most do, some don't. At different times. So if you're in Poland, we used to be, well, like 6 hours apart. Now we're 7 hours or 5 hours apart. I don't remember. It depends on the you know the time of the year. So that changes, right? So that's why you always store date and time. It actually dates, it doesn't really matter, but the time, you always store the time, the timestamp in UTC, because it's universal. Hence, U stands for universal. I had this discussion with one of the engineers when I joined a certain company, and he was a director of engineering, and I remember this discussion till this day. I mean, he's a great guy. We're friends. I mean, we don't really talk much anymore, because you know he's in what, Netherlands? No, Denmark? Whatever. Somewhere in those in Europe. Well, it doesn't matter. But he was a director of engineering. But as I said, great guy. But we had this discussion about why do you store timestamps in users' local time zone in the database, right? In Postgres, you can have you can store date and time in any particular time zone, right? So, which means when you connect to the database, you can set your local time zone, and it will be converted to your local time zone. right? So if you connect with default configuration, where you have a, you know, I don't know, UTC or whatever, it's going to be different, right? So if you connect with the proper local configuration, all the dates from the database will be converted to your local time zone. But the problem with that is that the difference between the times, if you want to calculate, like, this event took place 5 hours ago, in your local time zone it'll say 4 hours ago today, and in UTC it's going to say 5 hours ago. So technically it took place 5 hours ago, but your calculation is showing 4 hours ago. So that's why you never store the, you know, timestamps in local time zone on the backend. But I remember that till this day, because his argument was the times should always be stored with a time zone period. That was his argument. To which my argument was different, but in hindsight, I should have said, okay, since you use this argument, let's check this out. Time zones should never be, or times should never be stored with a time zone information, period. Okay, because that's pretty much the argument, right? He said, no, it always needs to be that way, period. Right? But you're not giving me any reasons, you're not giving me any arguments, you're just saying, hey, you know, that's how it should be done, and the end of discussion. But there was no discussion to begin with. Crazy. Anyways, yes, I started with no audio. I don't know, this time I was thinking, yeah, I'm gonna turn on the microphone 3 minutes before the stream, right? And I was thinking about that, but then the YouTube said that, you know, your bitrate is this, and like some distractions, and I got distracted, and I completely forgot to turn on my microphone. So yeah, sorry about that. This is quite the job you do here, I'd say. War Construct. Never seen you before here. How you doing, man? Thank you for joining. Well, nah, it's not nothing too involved. Oh, I gotta catch up on chat. But before we do catch up on chat, let's start preheating. And to start preheating, we first need to switch to Rework Stream. Well, we don't need to see the socket just yet. You can just see my monkey face instead. And let's connect to the machine. I think it was COM8. COM8, connect. Do we have the reading? We have the reading. Let's connect to the community. Let's search for universal. And oh, I see someone re-uploaded my profile, and it's revision 1.5. Let's check this one out. Let's see what it is. Interesting. So you got 185 for 20, 190 for 20, and 205 for 160. Isn't that the same one? I think it just kept re-uploading. So when you re-upload the profile to Rework Pro, it will automatically, if it's the same author and the same name, it'll just bump the revision, right? So we basically override the previous profile. So probably you just hit upload over here. Where do we upload? Update, load, import. Oh my god, where's the... Oh, here. Right, you see, I even forgot where I put this button. So when you hit upload over here, it'll just bump the revision. Alright, let's do long preheating for 45 minutes so we don't have to worry about it. It's not going to take 45 minutes, and I set to 140. Okay, and now let's catch up with the chat. If I find the window, okay. Hello guys from Switzerland. How you doing, man? Kiki. Yeah, we talked on Nathan's stream. I remember you. You were asking about the preheaters and stuff like that. Hope you got all the answers you needed from me. I thought I'd log into your stream. I was also in Nathan, yeah, Nathan's stream today. Yes, sir. Hello, hello. War Construct. Hello, yeah. I think you were in the Nathan's stream as well. Do you like the sound? Okay, I like to hear that, because that's something that I always struggle with. Let's see, official cloud. Yeah, let's call you official cloud. I'm be sending in my board. I send you email. We talked last night. I'll buy it tomorrow and get it sent out. I love for a live view for that. Yeah, that's not a problem. Include in when you order via eBay, you can put a note so I can see it, and just put in a note that you want it done on the live stream, and that's what I'll do. Because otherwise, I'll just make a video, because that's a default. I think, yeah, pretty much every socket replacement comes with a video. Let's check the TC. Okay, we good here. Is it heating? It is heating. Okay, perfect. Let's see. I wouldn't mind if it was not done any longer. That was what, not done any longer. But also need to keep things in mind that it would impact, like kids going to school and such, walking in the dark. I think I missed something. I missed something. So I don't get the context, but I'm sure you're gonna reiterate your context. Hi all from Pitco Tech Repairs. How you doing, man? Good to have you here. All right, what do we have? Is this Elstein IR heater that you use now? Nope. I use the stock preheater at the bottom heater. I do have plenty of Elstein heaters. I just haven't had time or motivation to upgrade the bottom heater to Elstein heaters, because with that I need to also replace the solid state relays. It's not just you can just replace the heater and it'll work. Those SSRs are not gonna handle the almost 3 times as power than the current preheater has. So that's why it's taking me a little time. We see War Construct. Is that Cyrillic? No, that's not Cyrillic. Yeah, I don't. Oh no, that's a that's a handle. Okay, sorry about that. I watched so many of your videos. First time catching you live. All right, welcome. Glad to have you here. I came here recommended by Nathan, the parts people. Yep. We're gonna talk about Nathan because he. I'll explain to you what happened to his his procedure, or why it didn't work. I'll give you the extensive explanation in just a second. Let me just catch up on the chat. Nice to see all the people from Nathan's stream. Hello all. Hey, Kiki. Tennessee, official. You're in Tennessee. Nice. I'm in Georgia, so we're neighbors. I used to go to Tennessee a lot. Well, maybe not a lot, but we used to go to this campground and do like some camping and stuff, and we would go to Tennessee for to the places, right? Have a beer and a burger. They have awesome places there, and it's a really good, really a great environment. Mountains, forests, and all that kind of stuff. It's really nice. I want to see which brand of beer you drink. I guess you're gonna be underwhelmed. It's an import. It's either this. I don't know. Maybe because I'm autistic. I need my beer bottle to be green, so I drink all kinds of green bottles. So Heineken, Dos Equis, Stella, yeah. So this is pretty much the 3 brands that I usually drink. So people are kind of underwhelmed that I drink crappy import from Netherlands, but I like it. Exactly. Cześć, pozdrowienia z Polski. Thank you, DJ Songo. LGA. Greetings from Poland. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining in. That was the daylight savings time, yeah? It was, yeah, today. Master Jedi Sean. Hi there, Raf from BC. Oh my god, what is BC? Spelled with B period C period. British Columbia? We're gonna call it British Columbia until someone corrects me. Ohio here. Oh, War Construct. You're in Ohio, not in Tennessee. Oh no, who was from Tennessee? Oh yeah, Official was from is from Tennessee. Knew you were Polish, but assumed you were in Poland. Wow. Do you enjoy the South? I do. I do enjoy the South, and yes, I am from Poland. I live in Georgia. I like this state for a few reasons. I love the weather, and it's pretty much it. It's, you know, it doesn't get too cold. It doesn't get too hot. I mean, people complain about hot, but I love it. But it's not as hot as in Florida. And in Florida, you have to also deal with hurricanes and stuff like that, which normally you don't have to deal with in Georgia. We sometimes get some fallout from hurricanes and stuff, but it's never that great. I mean, it's never that bad. So it's I love this state, and it's super green. It's you know, depending where you live. I mean, if you're more of a red-leaning, it's a great state. If you're blue-leaning, you know, Atlanta area is more of a blue dot in the red state. But you know, in the last election, or the election before the last election, we turned blue. So you know, Georgia is kind of a purple state. So it's kind of like an even split between Republicans and Democrats, so it's not too crazy in either direction, right? Because either direction is crazy, right? So I wouldn't like to live in California because it's too far left. I wouldn't like to live in Florida because it's too far right. So you know, I think Georgia is kind of nicely in the middle, and that's what I like. Maybe it's because I'm a Libra. It's really nice, but bad place. Okay. I mean, yeah, there are problems like everywhere. Right now in the US, everywhere is a kind of a problem. So, you know. It's just a good beer. I like it. I like too much. Kozel dark beer. Kozel. Why do I know that beer? Why do I recognize that name? I think it was from my my college years. I think it was my college years. I think now that you said Kozel, I think I've had way too much of that beer when I was younger. British Columbia, Canada. Okay, British Columbia. Tampa, Florida here. Lead Farmer 813. Of course, I know where you are. Not Colombia. Tampa here, not Colombia. Okay. Lieutenant Don, no legs on a boat meme. Oh, okay. I'll gotta check it out. Paste it in the Discord, the off topic. We need to all just get along. Exactly. That's what this country is missing at the moment. Let's just all get along for a common good. You know, there's no need to split the country any further than it is split right now, or divide the country any more than it is divided right now. I'm in Massachusetts. MS is Massachusetts, or MT is Massachusetts. I still struggle with those abbreviations of states. I know MS is Minnesota. No, MT is Minnesota. You see, don't test my geography. Let's see. Doing the best right now. Recently, a dozen or so police arrested for corruption. Some sheriffs too. Yeah, that has always been a problem. Yeah, no. Is the program you are working on included with the soldering station, or do you have to buy it separately? You have to buy it separately, and I produce this software. It is my software. It is $35 on eBay. No subscription, one-time payment. You just buy it. You wait up to a day for an email from me with the key, because I generate the key manually, and you can use it forever. I mean, the only way you could lose is the access to community, technically, if my servers went down for any reason. But other than that, even if you lose access to the community, you can still use the software. So it's perfectly yours. It supports right to own and right to repair. So yeah, go to YouTube. The link should be in the description of the stream and every single one of my video. And if not, there's a link to my eBay store, and you can find it over there. I'm gonna be releasing a super cool software this month, hopefully, for eBay integration, and we'll see. Posted in off topic. Okay, I'll check it out. I have another computer just for that over here. I do have to turn around from you guys though. Oh, there's a lot that I missed. You call this a hurricane? Come on. Was that from Forrest Gump? Mississippi. Owen. Owen? Yeah, Owen. Yeah, I've seen you before. Kozel is Czech brand, the one with a goat in logo. Yes, now I absolutely remember it. Kozel is, I think we talked about it in the last stream, and I couldn't remember the beer that I used to buy when we were in college, and we used to buy like literally 3 backpacks stuffed to the brim with beer. And that was the one, Kozel, because it was cheap. It was like, don't know, how do I convert it? About $1 a bottle, if you have the bottle to replace it with. So yeah. Try to say it, I dare you. Say what? Yeah, after drinking 6 Kozels, you will fight with goat head to head. I don't know, man. I drank a lot of Kozel back then, and we were not... well, I was a lot younger. My liver could process a lot more alcohol than it can nowadays. But, yeah, I drank a lot more. You said it perfectly. Mississippi. Usually people not from here have a problem saying it. I guess also Massachusetts. A lot of people mispronounce Massachusetts. I don't know why, but English is not my first language, so I can pronounce some things that usually Americans struggle with. That's normal. That's how it works. Anyways, so what went wrong in Nathan's stream when it comes to replacing or swapping CPUs? The problem there is basically the equipment, obviously. As you can see, and you will see in a second, the temperature that we set to the top is 205. The temperature at the bottom will be maybe 204. It actually should be good at 195. But temperature at the bottom is more important than temperature at the top. Now, if you want to get into BGA work, I say you start with sockets. Because sockets are unforgiving. If you overheat them, they will melt, they will make a lot of mess, and it will be a bad day for you. But that way you know that you overheated it. And speaking about the crappy tools, just see my videos from last year or before that. I was using a soda can as a nozzle, and the crappy $50 heater station, and the same preheater that Nathan used, but mine was obviously modded because his in the stock what do you call it, the stock preheater, and the thermocouple is stuck inside the preheater from the bottom, right? So you have the heater over here and the thermocouple at the bottom over here, right? Like inserted literally into there, which gives you the temperature of the heater, not the temperature of the board, not even the temperature above the heater, just the temperature of the heater. So it's a really bad design, but that's what you get for $50 or $60, whatever those go for or used to go for. Now the main problem with that, hey babe, I know. Okay.
Do you like pizza or do you like potatoes?
Pizza.
Okay. It's in the car.
Oh, it's in the car. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to get it now. All right. So the problem with this whole thing is that you need to preheat the board to the proper temperature, right? If your TC is in the heater, then the heater is just doing a lot of things. It's gonna overheat the board, and the thermocouple is not going to know about that because infrared is just bombarding the board from the bottom, and the thermocouple is underneath. So by the time the actual preheater preheats, the board is already overheated. Well, depending on how you do it. Actually, Nathan did it pretty well because first he set it to like 300 and then to 400. That's actually a pretty good method. You could kind of work around that, but there's no way you're gonna make it right with that tool. Second, the temperature from the top that he used, and he uses hot air, was what, 450 degrees? Way too much. And the problem with that is that you have to, with that setup, you have to use high temperature because otherwise the CPU is not going to dislodge because there's not enough heat going into the board. But here you want to set the temperature, like we will in a second, to 205 degrees. I mean, considering the profile and stuff, we'll get to the profiles and stuff, but it's not that important. What is important is that you don't exceed 205. You keep it at 205 until the entire board heats up, or entire area that you're working on heats up to 205. And sometimes you have to keep it at 205 for 30 seconds, 45 seconds, depending on what you use, obviously, until everything is evenly hot. He used much higher temperature to compensate for the dissipation, because both boards and the CPU are going to dissipate that heat very quickly. So that's why he managed to dislodge the CPU, but using 450 degrees on the CPU, the die is most likely broken. So that CPU is most likely dead at this point because the die has been overheated. Probably cracked inside or something. But again, with those tools, there's no way to do it the other way, right? You have to use high temperature because you don't have enough of it, right? That's why nobody corrects me about that. But I always say the phrase a lot of temperature, which is grammatically incorrect, because you either have high or low temperature. You don't have a lot of temperature because it's not countable, right? It's not quantifiable in that sense. That you have one temperature, two temperatures, and three temperatures. You just have a temperature, and it's either high or low, right? But when I say a lot of temperature, that means that you want to keep 205, but you have to push a lot of energy into the board because it dissipates a lot of heat very quickly. So that's the problem with. That's why he, from the get-go, he said, you know, don't repeat my steps, don't follow my instructions, don't follow my procedure, because it's plainly wrong. And that's correct. It was plainly wrong, and most likely those CPUs are dead now. But I guess we'll see. Hopefully he'll send some of those CPUs and we can test them. I'll put them back on the board and we'll see if they actually work. Let's see, Kozel, what did I make? Let Farmer, that's true. Masha, what? Masha Sosets? I guess that's in Spanish, but that doesn't sound like Spanish. Masha and Wojtek. Oh, okay. Will your program work with the IR65v2 clone? The version has no USB output, only RS232. Yes, sir, it will. It will. As long as it uses PC410 controller, yes. And in either case, the controller output is RS232. That's why we use the converters, right? And also, along with a Rework Pro, you will need this little guy, right? And you just connected the 3 cables to the PC410 controller and connect this to the computer, start my application, and it just works. Nothing more to it. So I got all the stuff for BGA if you want to get started. It's very, I don't know. That's why, you know, Nathan doesn't do it, because it is a lot of work. It took me, you know, months, if not years, to actually get proficient at it. You don't make much money doing this. I think like a decade, maybe decade and a half ago, Louis Rossmann was talking about that, you know, that's not where you make money, right? You make money when you get the computer, you just replace a shorted MOSFET or find an open resistor, or, you know, replace the BQ chip or what have you, and you fix the computer. Took you half an hour, maybe an hour, just solder station and some soldering iron, half an hour, and you make what, $200, $250, maybe $100, you know. With this, you know, sometimes you gotta spend hours because something doesn't go well, not to mention, you know, like wicking, and, well, you'll see all that in a second. But you spend a lot of time. It's hot, it's you know, a lot of stuff can go wrong. Like in Nathan's video, you know, the board popcorned. A lot of stuff can go wrong. That's why there's, you know, no guarantee from my side when I do these replacements. And you get what, $50, $80? Say maybe you'll even get $100. It's not worth. That's not where you make the money. The reason I do it is because I enjoy doing it, and there's virtually no competition because no one wants to do that, because it's a lot of work and not a lot of money. That's why I took this niche, right? That's usually what I do. But, you know, I just look at it differently, because in Nathan's procedure, you know, why did it work on the first board and didn't work on the second board? And then again, it worked on the third board. There's no way to know that, because there's too many variables in his case, right? The bottom thermocouple detached on the first board, right, or the second board. So that's probably why He thought the temperature was higher while it wasn't. He doesn't know how long he was preheating for, right? Because he doesn't have Rework Pro to tell you that we've been preheating for 20 minutes and 10 seconds, right? He doesn't have the temperature graph, right? And other and just moving by hand. There's too many variables to actually learn anything from it. That's why, you know, it would take him months, if not years, before getting some success using that technique. And I'm not saying you can't get any success using that technique, but it will take years. When I was using a hot air and homemade equipment, you know, the soda can nozzle and stuff like that, I also had the thermal camera looking at it at every point. But the temperatures I would use on the hot air was 240, 250 degrees, something like that. And yes, it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take tremendous amount of time. But you know, since he's using it by hand and he wants it to release after a minute or 2 or 3 minutes, yeah, that you're gonna damage the CPU if you go with such profile, right? Because the temperature basically shoots up. So yeah, either the board is gonna deform, it's gonna popcorn, obviously the coating is gonna go away, right? When you look at when I remove the socket, right, after wicking, and you can see that I'm doing it wrong because I'm actually rubbing the wick across the board. You shouldn't do that. But if you don't overheat the board, that coating is going to stay there because it hasn't been overheated. In this case, like that second board or the third board, whatever, right? He even said that I was just gently touching it, right? And the coating would just lift off. Yeah, that means the board has been overheated. But you will overheat the board if you're blasting it with 450 degrees from the top, obviously. So yeah, that is not a job I would recommend to anyone, especially if you have a pile of boards like I do. And today we're gonna do 3 of them because we have to pick up the speed. And you go next one and next one and next one, right? And before you know it, it's been 8 or 10 hours you've been doing that. And you're sweating like crazy. There's like 95 degrees in the shop because everything heats up, right? That's why I use my flax. That's why I use this, because it's non-toxic. You can breathe it. And it even smells good, And this one has no glycerin, so it doesn't smoke as much as Whiskey Tango. Whiskey Tango is the one that Nathan used in his stream, but there's really no need for adding flax when you remove the CPU. And also, you don't want to heat up the CPU when you remove it for the lead-free solder to flow, because you're going to overheat the board. You don't want the solder to flow. You want the solder to become soft enough that you lift the whatever component you want. But it's going to offer some resistance. So it's more of a craft rather than science or an art in detecting when you can lift it. It just takes a lot of practice and takes a lot of boards. I had a pile of boards that I broke before I got a first successful replacement. And there are so many issues. You can actually see all those because I kind of documented the whole process when I was learning how to do it. So you can see all the struggles I went through and what the problems were doing this. So yeah, it just, you either want to do it, you like doing this, or if not, just don't do it. It's not easy, and it's not very rewarding for the first, 20, 30 boards that you would work on. So yeah, definitely Just pick your battles, I would say. And if you're focused on the actual profit and money and stuff, this is not your thing. This is not a big money maker. And with every board, almost every board, I improve something. And on this one, I changed the position of where the board is held. That's going to reduce the deformation, and we'll see how much the success rate is gonna improve. All right. Yeah. Okay, Lead Farmer is doing dinner until 5:30. Oh no, 5:30 is the dinner time. All right, so Lead Farmer left us for a while. The max temperature used was 400 C. Started at 300, went to 350, then to 400. Okay, so not 450. In either case, that's twice the temperature that you should have used. You don't use 400 degrees. That's way too much. Let's see. Tektronics, how you doing, man? Let's see. Alex Electronics. I use a LGA1700. It's no easy anyway. It's no easy anyway. Well, yeah. As I said, this is not easy. This isn't something that at any point gets easier. Even after, I've done hundreds of these at this point. It doesn't get any easier at some point. I mean, I make it look easy, especially, when you see my videos and there's a time lapse. But it never does. It doesn't get easier. And actually, the more confidence you get, because you've done it so many times, the more confidence you get, the harder it gets, because stuff will go wrong. What is the most expensive board you have worked on? I don't know, man. People just send me the boards and I just replace the sockets on them. I don't check the prices, because the price is not related to the price of the board. The listing on eBay is, it says that, please don't send me like super overpriced boards or the boards that you really want fixed, because I can't guarantee that this will work and the board will work after the heating cycles. But people send me all kinds of boards, and I don't know, some of these, I would say maybe like $800-900 boards. Maybe the most expensive, but that was not for the socket replacement, was for this like big CPU. That was like $2,000 board. But I was just replacing like capacitors on it and like missing resistors. Like some components were knocked off, and but no socket. And actually, that socket is too big for my machine. So even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to replace it. So Nathan got it to work today. I went to work after the failed attempt. No, he didn't get it to work. No, because the second board was scratched up because it was overheated, and the third board, I don't remember. He just confirmed that the CPU was bad, and I don't remember. Did he remove the CPU? I don't know, because after that second attempt that didn't work, he just kind of switched more into like a chat mode and like other repairs and stuff, right? Harrytronics, hello from Nigeria. How long does it take you to dislodge a chipset? Chipsets are easy. Chipsets are super easy. you don't even need an IR station. The chipset you can do with just hot air. I mean, usually chipsets also have the underfill, which takes a while to remove and is a pain. But I would say like 10-minute preheating, and you can just use hot air, like 320, 340 maybe, and it should dislodge very easily. But on the IR station, chipset is this big, socket is this big, right? Chipset has, say 400 pins to the solder. Socket has, depending on the socket, but up to like over 2,000 pins to the solder. This one has 1,700 pins that we have to dislodge. So, I would say chipsets are super easy. And there's not, the socket also doesn't have a thermal mass. The chipset does. And in the socket, technically you don't have to worry about damaging the die as you do with chipsets and CPUs and stuff like that. But they are a lot more forgiving. The socket is going to start melting as soon as you overheat it, and not that easy. So I don't know, kind of pick your poison. I wouldn't say one is super easier than the other, but it definitely it's fewer pins and lower temperature that you need to use as opposed to the socket, which means less bending, less flexing, all that stuff. All right, we caught up with the chat. So we have 200 at the bottom. TC is a little bit too close to the hole, so we're gonna have some issues, but we just have to compensate for that. It's not a problem. All right, let's stop the preheating and let's start the profile. Meanwhile, let's get a little brush and let's clean the replacement socket bowls, because they come in those little paper towels, and those little specks of paper are always left in the socket, so I always give it a little brushing before I do it. And today we're just gonna use ceramic flux, so not the one that Nathan was using. And as you can see, I'm not putting any flux in the socket right now because we don't need it. Just the temperature, nothing more. The flux is only needed when you replace the socket. It is not needed when you remove the socket. And that is a major misconception, because people say that the solder improves. What doesn't improve? The temperature or something? No, that violates the rules or the laws of thermodynamics. So no, you don't need the flux for this stage, and you shouldn't use flux for this stage. It's a waste of flux and waste of your lungs and stuff like that. It will improve the flow and stuff, but it will not impact what temperature the solder actually flows, right? It might improve how evenly the heat distributes around the socket and stuff like that, but no, it's a waste of time. It's stop putting flux at this stage. This is really unneeded. This is really a bad idea to be using flux at this stage. It does absolutely nothing for you. It just, in fact, it makes it harder. But as soon as we lift the socket, I put the flux to wick it, obviously, right? Okay, and I need to clean the tweezers because they're sticky. But yeah, so that was the problem, and Nathan was mentioning something about how it flows underneath the CPU and stuff like that. To do what exactly? Why do you need it to flow underneath the CPU when you just want to remove it? what exactly would be the purpose of that flux over there. The flux is there only to remove the oxidants. So when you heat the metal, right, you know, the plain laws of thermodynamics and the metals, right, the different levels of metal activation. So when you heat any metal, right, what does it do? It's going to start reacting with oxygen in the air, right? If you do it in the vacuum chamber, then you don't have to worry about that. But since you do it in, because you want to breathe as well, it's going to start reacting with the oxygen in the air, which means it's going to create a layer of oxidized metal, which means when you put the solder on it, the solder is not going to bind with that metal. It's just going to flow on top of it on that layer of oxidation. That's why you put the flux, it removes that oxidation because it dissolves in flux, and the flux kind of blocks the air from the outside. So no more oxygen can touch the metal. That's when you put the solder. That way the solder and metal can bind, right? That's why you use flux. You don't use flux for removing components. Stop doing that. It's a really pointless idea. It's pointless, right? It's not like it's a bad idea. It's not like you're gonna break anything. But just don't do it. Or explain to me why you're doing it, okay? Give me the math behind it. Give me the equations and the reasons behind putting flux on the component you're trying to remove. Okay, and now, as you can see, can you see it? Yeah. It's not ready yet, right? But I can tell because I've removed so many of them. So we're gonna wait a little longer, right? You could pull it, right? Just like Nathan did with quite a few pods on the board. But I can feel it. It's not ready yet. So we're gonna wait a little longer because it just reached the temperature recently, right? Yeah, we're a little shy on the temperature. So we're gonna wait because it's not about the temperature. It's about the temperature spread. So now we need to wait for the ground pods to accept all that heat, and then it's going to release. At the bottom in Rework Pro, you can see that little progress bar. So we're going to pull it when it's roughly halfway through. That should do it. Because judging by this, because bottom right, where I tried to pull it, right, that's mainly data lines and memory lines on the right side of the CPU. That's why it's lifting nicely. But the top left, that's where the V core is. The majority of those pins are power and ground. So they're going to be the last one to be ready to be pulled. But you just have to, you just have to develop a sense for that. There's no other way. I try at the moment to desolder MOSFET from a dead graphics card. This MOSFETs won't get off the board. This board sucks so much heat. Yes, sir. Yes. Graphics cards and game consoles and those kind of devices, they are designed to dissipate heat. So if you want to do it right, in this case for MOSFETs, set your hot air station to roughly 450, maybe even higher, and just blast it. Okay, now it's ready. Now it is ready. Okay, come on little buddy. Alright, let's stop it because I moved the thermocouple, so now the top heater is gonna start compensating. But it lifted. Oh, and I lost it. Okay, it's on the ground now. It's on the carpet. I think it's pretty safe, right? When the hot metal hits the carpet, it should be pretty safe, right? But it's, It's all good, right? We didn't pull anything. Now let's lift the heater, turn the fan on, wait for it to stabilize a bit, remove the thermocouple. Yeah, it looks good. Can you tell? Let's see. Yeah. See, all the solder is left on the board, right? No pulled pads, no nothing. And not an ounce of flux. Not a gram, not an ounce. Nothing. You don't need flux at this stage. You're just melting the solder and you're removing the component. Why would you use flux? I will never understand. Hang on. Oh, right. Morning, guys. Who's that? MALS. How you doing, man? Morning, guys. Working on Sunday rough. Hope the customer's paying you double time. I wish, man. I wish. No. No chance. All right. Oh my God! Look at this. It's like it lifted perfectly. I cannot really show it to you well enough with this crappy camera. But see all those pads, right? And no flux. This would have been a mess if you had a flux on it. So again, I'm kind of also responding to the criticism that my flux doesn't flow underneath the chip. Why would you need it to flow underneath the chip? What are you working on? What are you trying to achieve? No, it's not supposed to be flowing underneath the chip because you don't need flux. Now we're gonna put the ceramic. Let it bubble away. Then we're gonna turn on the soldering iron. Grab some crappy wick because I don't want to waste good wick on this board. I mean, it's not really a waste. It's, you know, because I'm still getting paid for this, of course. A whole $30. But this doesn't really need much. And what we're gonna do is grab one of these from Steven from Rhine Labs. This is low melt solder. And we're gonna put some low melt solder over here. Just a little blob. And we're gonna move that blob all around the board to hopefully mix with the lead-free solder. And reduce the melting point of all the leftover solder that we need to remove. And that is it. Simple as that. Now the board is going to cool down significantly because I turned off the bottom heater, but that's fine because we're using low melt. Now in this stage you just don't want to touch the cups. You don't want the solder blob to go towards the cups because that is awful when that happens, and unfortunately it does happen. But if it's low melt, it shouldn't be a big of a deal. And I put a bit too much of it. We didn't need this much. Come on, little board. And a little blob. Start mixing over here. So the top left corner is always going to give you the most issues because that's the ground and V-core. Don't worry about that. As you can see, I'm not using fume extractor, and I'm leaning right on top of it. It's not ideal, I don't recommend it, but this is my product. Purely organic flux. It smells good. It's non-toxic. So I'm not worried. I grew up smelling this stuff and I survived. So it should be good. Okay, this solder blob was way too big. So now I'm having issues on the V-core side. So let's turn on the preheater. Let's do regular preheating. And let's see what's the temperature at the bottom. Let's reduce it to 185. We don't need more than that, and it's 113 at the moment. It cools down very quickly. Now let us start moving this big blob. If it separates, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, my blob is way too big. But whatever you do, don't let it go towards the cups, because that's gonna be just added time, right? It's not gonna be a disaster or anything. Just added time. You don't want that time. It's time wasted. It feels right at home over here because of the ground, but there you go. Now it's moving. There you go. Can you see? You cannot see. Here. And there. And you see how quickly it solidifies. And it should follow. If it's not following the iron like this, right? Now it's following. So if it's not following, just keep rubbing it over here. Don't touch the board. I mean, you could, sometimes I do. But just keep rubbing it until it mixes properly. And then it should just start following the iron. If it doesn't, that means there's too much solder still on the board and it's catching. That's how you know that you need to work a little harder. There. So until you see this, just keep working it. If it's giving you problems, just be patient. Okay, there you go. Now let's leave the blob on the side, and we're gonna pick it up with tweezers once it solidifies a bit. Although this one's not going to solidify for a while because it's low melt. Let's see. Hello. I mean, it makes it easier. Solder flows better with flux, mixing it easier to remove in general. Again, where is your, I don't know, like how? How would that work? How is the flux is not gonna affect the melting point, the melting temperature? Because I know this was a misconception when I was a kid. Everybody said that, yeah, add flux because it reduces the melting temperature of the solder. It doesn't. How would that reduce the melting temperature? No, it just improves the flow and removes oxidants. So yeah, the solder is going to flow, it's going to form nice bubbles and, you know, all that stuff. But when you're removing the component, the flux does nothing for you other than, you know, just poison your lungs and shit. you know. So no, I don't. No, no, sir. Unless you can convince me, you know, maybe I'm wrong. It's interesting to see someone change the socket of a CPU. I didn't see this until now. I often questioned how will you do this without melting the socket. It seems to be harder. Yes, sir. Yes, you can check out my videos when I started doing this. If you want to see all the mistakes that can be potentially done during this procedure, I've done them all. Every single one. Every single mistake that you could make, I made. So yeah, if you're interested in that, definitely there's a lot of entertainment for you there. Now, let's see. I'm using a crappy wig, but again, we really don't need much for this one. It soaks nicely. Again, my face is in the fumes. No fume extractor. You wanna see? In case you think I'm lying. Nope, no fume extractor, and my face is right in those fumes over here. Right on top of it, and I love it. I love the smell. I love the way it works. Also, this flax, it's actually true for both blends that I make, the Sierra Mike and Whiskey Tango, but especially for this kind of work, for wicking, you'll find my flax really beneficial because it gives you a little lubrication. There is natural oil in it that provides nice lubrication. So you're not quite scraping across those pins, you're just sliding across them. So it both feels better and it works better, because especially when you have some some stuff in the on the board, like some liquid metal left over, or some shavings or something, that kind of stuff, then you really don't want to scrape it. You don't want to scratch the board, and this especially allows you to not scratch the board because it naturally provides lubrication. And also you feel every pod, you feel under the soldering iron. If it's not sliding like on the glass, that means there's some solder left behind, which means it's going to be difficult to align the socket. You can still do it, but it's going to be really frustrating process to align the socket when there's a little bit of solder left on even one single pod, because the socket is going to sit perfectly a little bit too much to the left, too much to the right, too much up, too much down, but it will never sit in the right position, because that's where that little blob is, and that's the only position it will not stay on. So that can be very frustrating when, especially when when you do this, you do it on the hot board, right? So you have hot board in your face, you're sweating, and you're trying to align the socket, and it pops a bit too much to the left, too much to the right, and you start losing your patience and all that. So that's why you need to clean it really well. And just move slowly. Just don't, I see some people moving really fast, the wick, moving it really fast across the board, which you can do if you have sufficient bottom heater to keep the board hot, sure. But it's easier if you just let let the soldering iron actually do its job and heat both the board and the wick. If you try to do it too quickly, it doesn't work, or you know, it takes more time, I guess. And especially then, when it's not working, what are you gonna do? You're gonna put more pressure on the board. You put more pressure on the board, you're gonna start scraping the board. You don't want to do that. And that's pretty much it. It's really not that hard. It takes more patience than skill. Well, actually it does take some skill for sure. I mean, that's what I say because it took me so long to get this right. You know, I failed so many times that now I say, you know, to people that, you know, when you start doing this, you know, be prepared that the first 10 boards you're gonna completely ruin. And then they write me back that, hey, I tried it the first time and it worked. Everything went well. Which makes me feel so bad. Like, why did it take me a stack of boards before I got to, you know, actually put a handle on this? And it took you the first try? And it worked perfectly fine? I must be a really bad technician. But yeah, some people just have natural talent to this. Maybe it's more about the patience, maybe it's a combination of patience and knowledge and predispositions and stuff like that, who knows. But some people do it really well even on the first try. That was not the case when I started. Ooh, okay, I'll check the chat in a second. You guys keep writing if you want to write. I will get to it. I just need to finish this. And there's gonna be plenty of time just waiting for the board to heat up. So there's gonna be plenty of time to catch up on the chat. So no, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just saving you for the dessert. Maybe I'll use a good wick for the final pass. Just to make it easier to align the socket. I'm still feeling a lot of solder left over. For some reason it's taking a little longer than it normally does, or maybe I'm just trying to be too, like, trying to clean it too well. Yeah, but it definitely cleaned well on this side at the top. And we have some over here. And come on. Almost there. The worst part is when you leave some, especially close to the cups. That's usually where you're gonna leave some solder on. And that's the worst one, because if you leave something on the edge, you're gonna see it very clearly once you clean it. But when you leave some close to the cups, usually you're gonna miss it, And if you put the socket on and do miss it and don't clean it, it's gonna be a lot of frustration putting the socket back on. Okay, now if you make your own outline, don't rub across the board. Just touch it with the paper towel like this. Let it soak in and remove the paper towel, and it should work perfectly fine like this, right? But this one does have an outline, so I just rub it, and that also tells me whether there's any solder left over. If I feel the paper towel catching something, right, offering resistance, I know there's solder left on some pads. Now the other problem with this is that you're gonna leave some specks of paper towel on it, which you don't want. What do you guys think? I think this is good. I didn't feel any resistance when I was rubbing with a paper towel. Let me rub it again. Yeah, it's nice and smooth. You don't have to remove all the flux, but it's better if you do. I mean, it's easier. Oh, yeah, I feel okay. I missed the spot. The spot is over here. Are you getting vertigo already? Yeah, the spot is somewhere here. I felt it with paper towel. It's somewhere close to the cups. So let's put some more flux on it. I heard that the preheating stopped, so we have no preheater. So let's grab a better wick and let's remove this stuff over here, because I felt it when I was rubbing it with the paper towel. It was definitely leaving some. I can't see. It definitely left some solder behind. And there. I'm not sure, because I don't see any solder soaking into the wick, so I don't know what was that. Yeah, it's sliding nicely. I don't feel any resistance anymore. I did feel it first, so there must have been a little bit of solder left on it. Let's see. Yeah, there is a little bit of solder left on the wick. So it was like really a tiny speck. But that tiny speck is going to make all the difference when you're trying to align the socket. Oh yeah, now I can feel it. It's nice and smooth. Okay. It's also pretty sticky, but that's the beauty of ceramic flux. I mean, Whiskey Tango is also pretty sticky, but ceramic is especially sticky. Okay, now you see that there are no bridges, right? No coating removed, no nothing like that, right? And that's what we want to see. Okay, now let's adjust the angle for the socket, because we want to see it from a side like this, so we know when it drops. Now, since the board cooled down, what's the temperature? We got 97 at the bottom. What's the top temperature now? Like 60. It's probably gonna go to 70 now. It's a little over 60. 66 right now. Okay, so that means we can do this. Let's put a little bit of flux everywhere here. Right. And let's spread it with a little brush. Actually, I don't have a brush, so we're gonna get the beauty product. Like this. Yeah, you don't need too much of it. Just literally a little bit. Because if you put too much of it, what happens then? Well, depending on the flux. Ceramic is actually not bad for it because it's very liquid. So once the alcohol evaporates from the socket, it doesn't offer much resistance. But the worst part that can happen, the worst thing that can happen, is when you put too much of it and the socket won't drop because there's too much flux. That's the worst thing that can happen. Okay, now I forgot where the pin 1 is. Crap. Let's check the other socket. Yeah, I think this is the one. I see, you should always check. Yeah, so it should be good. Now, the other good part about my flux is that at this stage it's gonna be pretty sticky, which means it's super easy to align. Because aligning it when it's sticky is a lot easier because it stays in place. Well, unless it sticks to your fingers. So yeah, typically I don't use fingers for that because the board is too hot for that. But this one is pretty cool now. Now too much to the left, too much to the right. Normally it doesn't take me that long to align it. That's probably because I don't have a good light here. Here. Okay, and a little bit to the left until you see the line. And we went over the line. Okay. Now, what's wrong with this light? We gotta use all the light we have. Because this is rather important to align it. Now, will it self-align when you heat it up? To a certain extent it will. But the problem with that is that if it's off by one pod, It will align, it will catch, but to the wrong pod. You don't want that. Okay, that should be good. Alright, now I can catch up on the chat, but I think I will need to go use the bathroom very quickly before I do. But first, let's get the heater on top of it again. How long did that take? Oh my god, 56 minutes. Yeah, it was the wicking. That's why, you know, AM5 would have been done by now. AM5 socket would have been already done. Usually it doesn't take me more than 45 minutes to do AM5. But with 1700 and alike, and especially 17 or 1800 sockets, wicking takes a long time. Sometimes you can have a, you know, the cup moved or the solder blob went into the cup, right? Went into the cups. And you have to remove the solder, you know, that kind of stuff. Okay, gentlemen, now we're gonna see some socket dropping action. This should be good. Now, you're not gonna be able to see me, unfortunately, but you're gonna see the socket drop. It's better than looking at my monkey face. All right, let's hit the preheating again, because we're down to 63 degrees at the bottom. So let me just quickly go use the bathroom, and I'll be back in literally 2 minutes. Alrighty, that wasn't even 2 minutes, right? But damn, I had to pee so bad for the past, like, I don't know, 20 minutes. I'm not sure, but I really needed to go, man. I was in the middle of waking the board, so what are you gonna do? Alrighty, oh, now let's get to the chat. Let's see what we have here. How much did I miss? Oh, not much. Let's see, this it is interesting. The swap a GPU. Yeah, we can swap GPUs, CPUs, whatever you like. Desktop CPU socket versus laptop CPU sockets versus laptop CPUs, because there are also laptops that come with sockets, and I've done a socket replacement on laptops as well. You can find it in my YouTube library. It happens, and that was 1200 socket. Master, I'm using the preheater station, the 853A, and hot, and just do it and work. Just use the motherboard now. Okay, what was that? Oh my god, 7157. Okay, I get you. Change socket. 2011 EVGA motherboard. 2011 sockets are pretty much the largest sockets that I can do using my setup. I can't really do any larger than that. So around 2000 pins is the maximum that I can do on my setup. How do you test a new socket that resoldering worked fine? Measurements with the multimeter, or do you have a special tool? I have some tools, but essentially, if you want to see if the socket replacement worked, usually you just put the CPU on and see if it heats up. Right? If it warms up, the socket should be fine, because it's unlikely that the ground and the core all soldered on correctly, but not like memory or other data pins, right? So if the CPU heats up, the socket is fine. But since the board is going to be flexing during this procedure, oftentimes, sometimes you have to reflow the PCH, sometimes you have to, do some more diagnosing on it. Because it worked before the swap, but it didn't work after the swap. And that's usually because of the bending. And sometimes the internal connections in the board can give out. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong here. That's why, that's why no guarantee in my shop, at least. Kiki, I think I need to watch your videos. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I don't even know how many videos I have, but I have quite a few. I started watching them about a week or so ago. He is so easy to listen to that it makes you feel like trying these things yourself. All right, I'm glad to hear that, Work Construct. Thank you so much. Yep, that's what I did. I got impatient having to wig so many times and moved a little too fast. Was fine until it wasn't. And of course it's VCC SA pins that rip, not ground or even needed pins. Yeah, that's what happens. Nobody was giving you pointers. Giving me pointers? Well, not in this video at least, or this stream, but sometimes people do give me pointers and they're like techniques and stuff. I always appreciate that. So that's always good to hear. You are going to fail sometimes. It's the lessons learned that make it all worth it, I think. Yes, I agree. You have to fail sufficient number of times, not because you or let me put it this way. First thing that you need to learn in this kind of work is from failures, because you need to know what the board behaves like when it's overheated, what the socket is gonna smell like when it's about to start melting, how much smoke you should expect from it, and all that kind of stuff, those little nuances, right? You have to learn that first so you know when to fail. So the same as I was pulling the socket, you guys saw that the socket was lifting on one side, but I said that no, it's not ready. How do I know it's not ready? Because I ripped so many sockets with the pods that I know what it feels like when I lift it and it's not ready to come off yet. Right? So you only learn that once you pull, 5 or 6 sockets along with the pins. You know what it's supposed to feel like, right? And there's no way around that. It's just practice. It's just practice, nothing more. So yeah, the learning will never end. Or did I? And JBC clone and a lot more. I have started to learn repair laptops and graphics cards. Yeah, that's a different genre, I guess. The learning will never end. Next thing I want to buy is a preheater for graphics cards repair. I guess it will go easier with preheating. I am so motivated. I know I will fail, but this is the way it goes. It is the way it goes, and yes, you will notice how easier it is working with the preheater. And for graphics cards, you don't need much. You don't need a lot of preheating. You don't need. I mean, they soak a lot more heat, and yeah, it's even the simplest component on the GPU is going to be harder than any component on any other kind of board, for sure. But since the board is not very large, it's actually you don't need a huge preheater. It's a lot harder with the boards, with the motherboards, especially the big ones that I'm doing right now. But we also have two little ones, so that will be easier. That's why I'm starting with the hard one while I'm still on the beer number 1. So yeah. I'm sorry if my English is weird. It's not my native language. I use my old school English that I learned years ago. A lot of years. No worries. I have a translator in my brain. When I read, I know what you're saying, right? Because English is not my first language either. So. And yeah, war construct. Kiki, your English is just fine. I agree, it is. Your English is perfectly fine. Thanks for the kind words. You have also chatting with us. This needs time as well. Sure. Yeah, it's kind of harder to do it on the stream, right, than doing it just when you're alone. But on the other hand, when you're waiting for the board to preheat and that kind of stuff, it's better when you have someone to talk to. It's not as boring. But 1 hour and 5 minutes for one board, that's way too much. But that's the joy of 1700 sockets. They always take more time. With AM5, I would already be working, because it would be like 45 minutes tops for the socket, and I would already be working on the second board. I would be already preheating the another board. But with this one, plus it requires more heat for it to drop and that kind of stuff. So. Now, I don't know how to start a poll. If anyone knows, let me know. But what do you guys think the temperature is going to be when it drops? This time my money is going to be on 195 for the socket to drop, but 1800 socket or 1700 and 1800 as well, they drop they drop very slowly. It's a very slow drop. AM5s drop very quickly compared to these. Okay, I see from War Construct already the answer, 235. Well, we're not gonna go that high. Our maximum temperature is gonna be 205, so you gotta pick something between 185, because that's like the lowest temperature they will drop, and 205. These are your options, or this is the range that is allowed. Let's see. What is that? Thread Ripper would be interesting. Couldn't believe how big they are. Major PETA, very sensitive to mounting pressure. I have no idea what you're talking about, man. You gotta give me a little more to work with. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad my explanation about low melting point alloy bars was helpful if you need to translate your IR6500 software into Brazilian or European Portuguese. Count on me. Okay, I will. There is no translations, or everything's hard coded at the moment in the software, so there's no way of creating translation. But I might do that. In which case I will let you know. Thank you so much. And greetings from Brazil. Master, I was able to successfully replace a 2011 socket on a 2011 VGA card using the preheater you made in your old video, the Yihua 853A. With my heating station, I placed a copper coin with solder. Awesome to hear that. Awesome to hear that it did work. 2011 sockets are not easy. Again, this is like the largest socket that I can work with. To guide me as the solder started to melt and to help with the flux. It was successful. I'm using that machine now, watching your videos. Thank you so much, man. Balls drop. What? Balls drop 235. We already read that. This is why I do not do this. Okay, we have a second call, 194. Okay. Oh, the Threadripper, okay, is an AMD HEDT CPU, basically the same as their server CPU. 4094 pins on the, yes, I've seen those sockets. I have never replaced it because my top heater is not big enough, but I would try it. I would try replacing that if I had to. It's kind of interesting challenge, but the socket is larger than my top heater, so I'm not sure if that would work. Maybe. It's a huge motherboard with huge CPU and 8 RAMs are possible. Weight 15 kilograms. Yes, I know. I had 2 of these on my bench so far, but none of them for CPU socket replacement. So I couldn't tell. But I would try it if you deliver, because I don't know where to get those sockets. I haven't seen them. But if you send the board, with busted socket and the replacement socket, I'll replace it. It's not a big deal. I don't think it would be a big deal to replace it. Okay, we have a stable 145. Why are you guys not telling me? Oh, because I forgot I had 185 at the bottom. So one last preheating. Short one. Let's do short preheating. And we are at 1 hour and 9 minutes for one 1700 socket. It's ridiculous how long it takes. Absolutely ridiculous. But what are you gonna do? We have a little pizza here. Crispy. Alrighty. We have 183 at the bottom, so we gotta wait. Because if I could start the profile right now, sure, and the bottom would reach the temperature, but I don't like deviating from my regular procedure. So I want to see at least 199 at the bottom before I start the profile. And let's see the socket. Yeah. I have a big pile of these sockets now, and it's getting larger and larger. which I like. It's not quite a money maker, but sometimes you just have to do a lot of stuff for no money before you can make any money out of it. And also, then you appreciate that money a lot more once you start. Oh, this calls for another Heine. You think? Well, I still have like half of this one because I've been wicking the board, so I couldn't drink it, and now it's like kind of semi-warm. So I could replace it with another one, the cold one. I gotta get one of those sleeves. When I do this, I gotta get one of those sleeves that you put on the bottle that slows down the beer warming up. I think that would be cool. Especially in this profession. And it looks like Nathan's gonna send me some boards for CPU swaps and stuff. Oh, invaluable, yeah. But yeah, I think Nathan's gonna send a few boards for CPU swaps. So, I mean, when I did stuff for the customers, I usually don't drink beer. You know, because you probably shouldn't. But this is for my Ukrainian friends, and I think they wouldn't mind. But last time they remember those last 3 boards we did last time. I said we have to pick up the speed, so I did on those 3, but I didn't reassemble them, and I was kind of hoping they would give me a heads up, at least like a couple days, I don't know, when they're gonna be here. But no, they gave me less than a couple hours of heads up that hey, we're on the way. We're gonna be there in an hour and a half. So I said, sure, come on in, but I wish you told me. I would have had more boards. So essentially I only had 6 boards for them out of 40. And you know, they did say around 2 weeks, and I said, yeah, you know, I don't have a lot, the shop is not too busy. I should be able to do at least half of them, you know, like 20 boards in 2 weeks. That shouldn't be too much of a hassle. But I did only 6 because the shop did get a little busy, which is good, which is great, but you know, they pay cash, right? So that's pretty cool. So I got only, you know, like less than $200. I mean, my wife got $200 because, you know, I have a rule: if you pay cash, you pay my wife. Because that's where all the money goes anyway. So let's just cut the middleman. Why not? I sent an email yesterday. MSI board, I will be hitting you up for sure. All right, yeah, sure, man. Are you sending it for the replacement, or you just need some guidance or software or some? In either case, just hit me up and it shall be done. Okay, 195 at the bottom. So let's give it 4 or 5 more degrees. And we're starting the party. And we'll have our answer. What temperature are the balls are gonna drop? Actually, until then... Oh, for socket replacement. Okay. Until then, let's just... Yeah. Let's do this, so you can see me, and we're gonna zoom in on the socket in a minute. Once it's ready. Because I feel like if there's nobody on the stream, then whose stream is it? Who's streaming? Oh, and a lot of people dropped. Oh. More than 10 people dropped off, which is fine. I wasn't expecting a lot of audience today anyways, because, you know, it's Sunday afternoon, and a lot of my viewers are European, so it's the middle of the night over there now. So obviously I didn't expect a lot of people. But, yeah, that's the joy of streaming, right? I wish I could set up a schedule like Nathan has. You know, like Thursdays or Wednesdays and Sundays, whatever. But, you know, I just kind of, my schedule is kind of all over the place nowadays. I should develop some schedule, but I'm still hoping to to get a job at some point. You know, my severance is going to run out pretty quickly this month. I think this month is my last month of severance. Maybe 1 week of December still. So, you know, I'm still getting my paychecks. So that's how I'm surviving. But if I had to rely on my shop to pay my bills, that probably wouldn't happen. 199 at the bottom. Okay, gentlemen, let us start the profile. And let's get a big zoom on the socket. Maybe like this. Maybe you'll see a little sliver of myself over here. That should be good. There you go. I mean, it looks better on this side, right? You know. But yeah, we're gonna do this. You're gonna see it. You're gonna see it clearly when it drops. And the temperature, you can see the PV is the temperature you want to look at, right? It's with 160 right now. It's gonna go to 185 and hold it for, what was it, 20 seconds? And after 185 it should drop at some point, but I think it's gonna be, so let me do my guess. I'm thinking it's gonna start dropping at 195, but it's not gonna drop until 205. There is a possibility that we'll get to 205 and it'll start dropping at 205, and it's gonna take 30 seconds to actually drop. So we'll see about that. Actually, yeah, here we see some bowls. So yeah, let's see some of these bowls over here. Very late, slow process. Yeah, socket replacement is not a very entertaining process unless you're into that. You know, if you're trying to, you know, do BGA work in general, then this is something that you want to see. I wish I could, you know, participate in the stream. Someone show me exactly, you know, how to do it and how much time it takes. Because normally, when you see that, either in my videos or in other videos, it's all sped up footage, and you know, that gives you a false impression of how long something should take. And with the stream, you see exactly how long it takes and what temperatures and all that stuff. We are at 189. Did it drop? No, it doesn't look like it dropped. Did it? It tell me if it drops, because I'm not looking at it. But 1700s, they drop slowly. On AM5, especially some AM5s, it is really rapid. It just gets to the temperature and it just, oh, it dropped. Did it? Or did it the light change? No, we're at 196 right now. I don't think it dropped, but it does look different though. See, now I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it dropped. Did you guys catch what temperature it dropped? Yeah, I don't see the balls anymore. Okay, so it dropped at some point. So I don't know who was right, but I know I was wrong. Yeah, it dropped. It kind of looks like it's dropping very slow 1 minute ago. Okay, so yeah, around maybe 190. So who had 195 to 200 is the winner. Yeah, but now, so we see it did drop on the right side, right? But now I'm not turning it off. You see at the bottom, the progress bar is just barely started, right? This is the final step, 205. So I keep it for a little longer at this temperature, even though it might seem like it already dropped and everything's fine. But I want to keep it a little longer for the solder to actually start flowing. And the right side is the memory side, the side that you're looking at. That's the memory side. It can drop on the memory side and then you remove it and it holds perfectly fine on this side, in the bottom right corner, in the top right corner, bottom left corner, but top left corner is lifting because that's where all the ground and V core is. So that's why I like to keep it a little longer. Yeah, we're not gonna see it greatly now, but it's fine. Yeah, it definitely dropped. You can see a little bit of smoke coming over here. It's not from my cigarette, it's from the flux. That means the flux is working. And we're over 50%. We could stop over here. Let me look at it from this side. Yeah, it definitely dropped. It definitely dropped. And we have very little warping. Why do we have very little warping? Because I improved the way I hold the board now. Alright, let's stop it. And let's lift the heater. Turn on the fan. And let's let it cool down. And let's get another one. The two more boards that we have are tiny boards. Let me show you. So we have those two tiny ones. They're almost the same. One is 790 and 760. 760 and 790. Exactly the same boards, just different chipset. But the same I/O, same architecture, same build, everything the same. But these are small. You don't have to worry about warping that much, and they heat up much quicker. So these should be a lot quicker. These shouldn't take as much time as this one did. But it all kind of comes down to, you know, wicking. Yeah, and actually it all comes down to wicking. Sometimes it'll take you 3 minutes to wick the board, and you know, and it goes perfectly fine. And sometimes you spend 20 minutes just wicking because the solder doesn't listen to you and that kind of stuff. So it all depends. Let's see. Now, I don't lift them until they drop to 50 degrees, but we're gonna lift it. We're gonna lift it earlier. Just as long as it's not too burning, we're gonna lift it. And I haven't even finished the first beer. I still have like half a beer, so it's going slowly. What are you guys drinking tonight? Unless you're on the West Coast, I guess it's like late afternoon over there. Which doesn't mean you can have a beer. It's Sunday, right? 198 to 200 is the spot where it did. Okay. Okay, so who was right? To get all the spots, bond proper. Right, yeah. Yeah. I dropped it at 194, like I said. Okay. M-Trues. Okay. All right. 195. Yeah. I mean, again, with a 1700, it takes few seconds to drop, quite a few seconds. So it might start dropping at 190, but it won't drop all the way until 205, because that, you know, it takes few seconds for the temperature to reach, you know, because with every second the temperature is growing, right? So you see that it dropped, but there's measured temperature and there's actual temperature. All right, there's always going to be a little discrepancy between those two. Coffee, 11 a.m. is a bit early to be drinking. Okay, I agree. 11 a.m. is a bit early, unless, well, no, even for me it's a little bit early. But I used to start my day at like 4 a.m. right? So at noon, it was already, 8 hours for me. So, I would open the beer at like 2 p.m. and people would be looking at me funny, like, oh my god, you're drinking beer at like 2 p.m.? Yeah, but I'm in bed by 7. You know? So it's not the same. Kind of depends on your schedule. Where's my jar where I put all the solder on? Alright, we got a pretty big bead to my collection of beads of solder that I recover from boards. And one day I will figure out what to do with them. Not sure just yet, but one day I will. Alrighty, what do we have on the temperature? 98. I'm gonna say 70, 75, and we're gonna remove it, because I don't want to spray it with alcohol too early. Also, the excellent performance of Sierra mic flux is the cleaning. So, Whiskey Tango is excellent for general soldering. It cleans very easily. You can use it for BGA as well, and I've been using it for BGA until I made Sierra mic blend. Whiskey Tango has glycerin in it, right? That's why it's nice and tucky. It behaves like all other kinds of flux. It's not as sticky. It cleans excellent. It's an excellent flux. But when you use it for BGA like this, if you leave too much on the cups inside the socket, it forms a very, very hard layer to penetrate by alcohol itself. And you have to spend at least 17 minutes in the ultrasonic cleaner before it's all gone. With Sierra mic, it doesn't contain glycerin, so it cleans really easy. You don't even need, even if you overheat it greatly for in this work in BGA, it cleans with just alcohol, nothing else. You don't even need to use ultrasonic cleaner, and that's what I'm after. I don't want to have to use ultrasonic cleaner to clean it afterwards, because there's too much stuff that can go wrong in the ultrasonic cleaner. And sometimes I think that it's not the procedure that broke the board, right? If the board doesn't work after this, it's not the procedure that broke it, it's the cleaning that broke it. The cleaning that actually made it not work anymore. So that's why this time I used only Sierra mic. I see some burning on the cups, some burnt flags on the cups, but not much. I think this will be removed with alcohol alone. And if that be the case, that is awesome. If you can clean the board with just spraying alcohol and waiting a little bit and just, you know, washing off the alcohol, it's great. It's great because you don't have to expose it to ultrasonic cleaning. Because you don't know what you're gonna break. There's so many components on the board that, you know. Let's see, I hated getting up early. Used to be up at 3 a.m. to go to work at the fruit markets, yeah. Then get home at 2 p.m. and fall asleep on the lounge. Yeah, I mean, I like it. Personally, I like it. I love getting up, you know, and starting the day before the sun comes up. You know, before the sunrise. That's what I like. But it kind of depends on the time of year. Especially in summertime, I love to get up really early. But if you want to get up early, you have to go to bed early. There's no way around it. You need your, you know, whatever you do need, but you need at least 6 hours of, you know, constant sleep. Some people need 7, some people need 8. They say that 8 is like a healthy number that you should follow, right? You should get at least 8 hours of sleep. But some people do 6 hours and they're fine and they always sleep 6 hours. That also impacts the way you wake up in the morning. Because if you, like I do nowadays, I stay too late, I still wake up in the morning, so I don't get the solid, you know, continuous 6 or 7 or 8 hours of sleep. I'll get like 4 hours, then I'll wake up, then I'll go back to sleep. It's not the same. The whole day is different. For me, the best is when I go to bed early and I have my continuous 6 or 7 hours of sleep. Then I wake up by myself. I don't even need the, you know, alarm clocks or anything like that. And you know, and I'm ready to go. Get my coffee and start getting some work done. But it also has to do with, you know, motivation. Your sleep is definitely going to be messed up when you're depressed or have, you know, problems and stuff like that. So all right, we got 76 at the bottom. We're removing the board. All right. Whoa, it's nice and toasty. Let me see here. Okay. That looks good. Looks perfectly aligned, and look how clean it is. Right? There's very little signs of burnt flags. There is some, but very little. And it's holding well. Yeah, and let's lift the top left corner, this one. All right, not lifting, it's good. We're good. Now, and the board, it doesn't look deformed. Looks good. All right, next victim. Let's see, can we use the same? No, we cannot. Can we? Well, 2 of them we can. 2 holes that were already set, and this one and this one. Okay, perfect. All right, and it should already be centered. Yep. It's already centered. Let's lock these up. And these are locked. Okay. Perfect. Alright. Let's put the TC on. And there. Turn off the fan. Bottom TC is a little bit close to the hole, but it'll do. And now let's start long preheating. 45 minutes. We're not gonna need more than 45 minutes. Let's reset the timer, or the punch clock as I call it. And now the punch clock is gonna be set for this particular board, and now let's see if we can do it in below 45 minutes. We should be able to do it. So now my bottom temperature is still set to 205, right? So I'm not doing slow preheating like I usually do. We're going straight to 205, which is not the best for the boards usually, but one of the reasons why I start the procedure on the first board slowly is because I want the heater itself to heat up slowly. I don't want the heater to go to 100% and stay on 100% for 10 minutes until the board reaches the temperature. And the reason for that is that the heater is going to have a little bit of lag, because the heater itself, believe it or not, also has a thermal mass itself. So if you stress the heater like that, so you set it to 205 and it's going to go to 100% and stay for many minutes, say 20 minutes, 15 minutes, that's not good for the heater itself. So if you want to preserve your machine, if you want your machine to work well for a long time, just be mindful that you don't want to stress it too much. So the first board always goes through a slow preheating cycle for the whole machine to warm up slowly. But once it is heated up like this, we're just gonna do the procedure straight up. No special considerations or anything. Looks good. The thermocouple seems to be touching okay. It's touching the cup, which I don't like, because I might move the cup once I remove the... Well, we'll see. We'll see. Let's get the tweezers ready. Let's get the socket ready. Let's brush it a little bit. I didn't actually inspect the socket before I put it on, but typically I do, because one time it happened that the customer sent me the socket, right? Which is awesome, because then I don't have to pay for the socket. Because on this procedure I don't really make money anyways, but even better, because that way I lose less money. And luckily I did eventually catch it, but I was already prepped for the replacement, and that's when I opened the socket like this, and I looked at the socket and it already had damage on it. So yeah, definitely inspect the socket before you put it on, because it's just time wasted. I mean, I did notice it, but I noticed it relatively late, and I was already, ready to place the socket on, and I couldn't. I had to stop the procedure and start, going through the boxes to find the proper socket, because I thought I already had the socket prepped, but I didn't. So check it before you're actually ready to put the socket on, because you might be surprised. Fishing line sinkers, a good use for the cleaned off solder. Well, I mean, yeah, you could. Better than factory, some might say. Some might indeed say that. Why I think about Alex? Switch temp chart top and corner to a bottom of screen. It's better. And so the temp chart to the top corner, and can you rephrase that, Led? Because I think there's something missing in the translation. Camera bottom and top temperature. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. Oh, wrong one. So this now we're gonna be struggling here. We're gonna be struggling here because I have to figure out the. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna keep it like this for a little while. And the reason for that is because, as you can see, my cropping is not adequate. Because I changed that relatively recently. Yeah. So it won't, yeah. It won't quite work for me right now. But I hope you can, yeah. I'll figure it out. I just need to rearrange the scene. I'll create few scenes and we can pick the pick the best one. Cause yeah. Because before I had the graph across the entire screen, but that makes the chat really small, so you can't really read anything. So I narrowed the window, but I'm still capturing from the computer. I'm still capturing the whole area that it used to take. So now if I move it up, that means it's going to cover some of the camera. And if I move the camera above the second capture, then it's going to cover the whole capture, the whole second capture. So I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Let's see. So yeah, it looks good, right? Yeah, we can see some there. Should be fine. Let's see. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'll work on the scenes and stuff. I didn't really put much effort into that so far. So all right, we're 147 at the top, while we're still 180 at the bottom. That is the power of small boards. They heat up really quickly. All right. There you go. Now, what do you guys think? I think the second it reaches 205, the socket will be ready to lift. That is my prediction. Because in the last one, it reached 205 and the bottom right corner lifted, but not the top left corner where the grounded V-core is. On this one, I think it's by the time it reaches 205, it's gonna lift no problem. That is my prediction. State your predictions if you haven't. And I think, I don't know about this low melt. I didn't see much of a difference. But then again, it's, you know, it would be easier if I did it on AM5. And we have plenty of AM5s left, so we'll try that again. But I didn't see much of a difference. It kind of behaves the same way as when I do the leaded solder. Although it did follow my tip a little better, and the temperature I had was 377. I'm actually going to drop to 370. That should be better, and I'm going to go back to 380 when I'm actually wicking. I'm still here. I'm just lurking and working. Lurking and working. Alright. Bitco Tech Repairs. Awesome. Awesome. What are you working on? I think you did mention before what you were working on. I think so, if that was you. Maybe that was someone else. But someone did say what they were working on. I wouldn't waste it on sockets. It's quite expensive. I only use it when there's plastics nearby I don't want to melt. Oh. Well, perhaps I am wasting it. But since I got it for free, you know, it kind of works for me because it was free. I didn't pay a dime for it. I got it from Steven, Brine Labs. He sent me a whole bar. It's a lot of solder. I didn't even do, I don't know, maybe 10% of it, and I made few bars, a few rods, and I have plenty left. It's gonna take me a while to go through all that. And actually someone challenged me, maybe not challenged me, but someone in the comments asked about the low melt paste. And I actually started working on that. There are challenges, but I can do it. I know I can do it. It's just gonna take a little while before I actually do. But yeah. Maybe there's gonna be Black Horse Repairs low melt paste. Who knows? Which low melt solder is it? 138 or under 100 degrees Celsius? It's 205 Fahrenheit. It's stamped on top of it, 205. Was it 205 or 207, something like that? It's around 100 degrees Celsius, not 138. I have solder paste 138, but this one is closer to around 100. Oh, working on a PC, water damage. Oh, water damage is interesting. It can take a lot of work to diagnose what exactly is wrong. But my advice would be don't put it in the ultrasonic cleaner right away. First give it a really good visual inspection. Then put it in the ultrasonic cleaner, and then depending on what you found in step 1, just move accordingly. But it can take a lot of time to even diagnose a water damage board, for sure. Real bismuth is quite expensive. There's a lot of fake out there, so you have to be careful where you get it from. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I got it from a really good source. The source that I trust. So yeah, I don't know. I've never even tried buying low melt solder before. I wanted to. It was always on my mind, but I just never got around to it. And then Steven said, "Hey, I got plenty of it. You want me to send you some?" And I said, "Sure thing. Here's my address." And 3 or 4 days later, I had my low melt solder. Oh, it's expensive board, yeah. It's definitely worth a try. But yeah, it can take a lot of effort. 199. Stop. Start. So I saw that someone said that it's gonna let farmer that it's gonna lift at 207. Okay. Well, we don't actually, heat up to 207. We heat up to 205, but you will notice that the actual temperature will go even to 210 because it's gonna overshoot a little bit. I gotta start removing these stickers beforehand because they leave some mess. Okay, the sticker is gone. So sticker has lifted at probably 160. But now the socket, what temperature the socket's gonna lift? It's like Polymids Captain tape. Everyone I've bought either shrivels at 200 degrees or has the crappiest adhesive. Interesting. Where do I get my Captain tape? I don't know. I bought a whole bunch like a long time ago. I don't remember where from, but the adhesive is awesome. Not only it holds really well, but it also doesn't leave any residue. That's why I put the Captain tape first and then aluminum tape, because aluminum tape leaves a lot of crappy residue, and it withstands temperatures perfectly. I mean, it will melt if you just touch it with the soldering iron at like 380 degrees. It will melt, but if you just use hot air or infrared like I do, it works perfectly fine. We are at 191, 192. Did anyone guess 190 something? I don't think it's gonna lift at 190 something. But I think as soon as it does reach 205, it should lift. It doesn't want to reach 205 because I'm holding it wrong. Meaning I'm just breathing too close to it. Let me move away for a little bit. Yeah, it's fluctuating at 190, 193 and doesn't want to go up. There, 194, 195, 196, 197. Look at the red one. The red one needs to go to 205 because the blue one is going to go to 205 5 degrees before the actual temperature goes to 205 because the holdback is set to 5 degrees. Yeah, we got 205 and 200 on the socket. 201, 202 and down to 199. Yeah, the thermocouple doesn't have a really good connection with the board, but that's fine. $204 and come on, 205. Okay, now is it gonna lift? Yep, it's ready. All right, I was right. This time I was right. This time I was right. All right, let's stop. Let's reduce the bottom temperature to 175. Why not? Remove the top TC so the temperature drops, because otherwise the top heater is going to turn on again. And let's start preheating. Turn on the fan. Move the heater away. And Sierra mic. Let me give you maybe a better vision over here. Yeah, it's kind of out of focus, but what are you gonna do? I'm actually gonna fix the focus there. Yeah, that way you can see the majority of the socket. Plenty of flux. Low melt solder. Yeah, this time I'm gonna make a tiny blob. Yeah, because the last one was way too big. I didn't need to use such a big blob. Oh yeah. Oh, it works really well. I was trying to catch the cups. No, don't catch the cups. Come on. Don't do it. Don't do it. Now, be a good solder. Be a good solder and follow my iron. It's really liking those cups. Really likes to go play with those cups, but no. It's not your play date yet. It's really getting close to the cups, but it's not actually catching the cups, which is great. But it's just a matter of time. Eventually it will. Come on. Go to the right. Go to the right. To the right. Okay, I know this side is good because the blob is following my iron very nicely. Yeah. So this side is good. Yeah, you see that? You see how well it's following the iron? That means the board is ready for wicking. If it's catching anything, it's not ready for wicking yet. There. Alright. Move it to the side. Oh. There. Okay. Now let's use a good wick. Why not? I ran out of beer, so there's not going to be drinking during this procedure. Let's see, the expensive one, it's like poly blah blah blah. In Switzerland it's not easy to get low melt solder. I bought it on Temu, also flux. I bought Antec flux in Switzerland. I thought it was the original, but it was from China. That's why I make my own flux. It's very difficult to get good flux anymore. It used to be, but no more. No more. That's why I recommend my flux. But I guess I will try doing my own flax like you. Have half a kilogram of rosin for this already bought. But my first try going wrong. It was too sticky. I guess I need more IPA. IPA is not going to reduce stickiness of your solder, of your flux. No. To make good flux, I mean, if you make any rosin-based flux, it's always going to be sticky. So if you don't want sticky flux, you want to use synthetic rosin, like Alex does. But for that you need synthetic rosin, which is rather expensive, because actually it's kind of the same problem with that you have right now with getting good flux. Getting good synthetic rosin is difficult, and it will especially be frustrating once you make a really good batch, right, and it works great, and then you want to make more, so you order more synthetic rosin or resin, and it's different, and you get different results. The process of making that synthetic resin is also very toxic, very dangerous. It's not something that you can make yourself, you know, homemade, but you can get it off eBay or AliExpress, I guess, maybe, I don't know. If you want to find a manufacturer of synthetic resin, you would need to purchase a lot of it to actually get a good product. So I would stick with organic rosin, but it is always going to be sticky. So if the stickiness is what bothers you, then you're using wrong ingredients. Or at least with those ingredients you're not going to achieve the effect you want, if the effect you want is non-sticky flux. And the whole challenge of making your own flux is not in sourcing ingredients, it's in refining the ingredients. That's what takes me the most time. If I want to make a batch of flux, I can make it in one day, but it takes me weeks to refine the ingredients to use for that one day endeavor of making a batch of flux. And that's where you should put all your effort. But again, it's always going to be sticky. No way around that, man. Or you can buy my flux, but I don't know how much shipping is to Switzerland. Is it gonna be viable? Right? I know it's around 20 bucks to ship to UK, around 21 bucks to ship to France. Right, so, you know, depending on how much you buy, it might be viable. higher temperature. So, not sure how viable that would be, but it's an option. It also kind of depends on, you know, what you're after, what you're working on. You know, for BGA and stuff like this, like wicking and all that kind of stuff, you need highly refined components to make it work. And even with that, it's still, you're still gonna see some clogging, and you know, it's still not gonna be a breeze. But if you want it for general soldering, you know, maybe even working on like vintage machines, you know, some people specialize in those vintage computers, game consoles, and that kind of stuff. Then essentially, if you just dissolve pure rosin in alcohol, right, evaporate it a bit if it's too runny, you know, to make it more tacky, that should work just fine for you. It's just not gonna be good for BGA and, you know, micro soldering and that kind of stuff. Come on, just a little bit more. I'll catch up on the chat in case you guys are spamming over there. I'll get to it. Just I want to do it quicker than the last one. And it's not going that great. Yeah. The Whiskey Tango seems to be better for wicking, but just for the purpose of easier cleaning afterwards, I'm just struggling with this one. I mean, it's not a struggle, it still works, it's just not as great for wicking as Whiskey Tango is. But yeah, you just kind of maybe spend more time on one step, but save yourself some time on other steps. So you just kind of have to figure out which one do you favor more. Maybe which one's easier or which one's more time consuming. You know, which one is more involved, which one is more risky. You know, that kind of stuff. With this, since I didn't overheat the board, you know, I'm not worried about scraping the board too much or anything like that. So I prefer to take a little longer doing this than take longer in the ultrasonic cleaner. And for some reason the V-core wicked really well, but I'm struggling with the bottom for some reason. I'm not sure why. Are we preheated? We're at, oh, we don't know what temperature we're at. We're 150 at the bottom. That should be more than enough. Okay, here we are good. Few pins over here. But now it's getting there. Basically, I wick until I don't feel the resistance anymore, right? Until I feel like it's nice, smooth surface underneath. And it can take a little while in some cases. It also depends on the board, because not every board is made equally. Okay, this is almost done. Here, I'm kind of thinking, let's put a little bit more flux on it to speed this up. And the fresh flux. Oh, I used a lot of it. I went through like 5 cc's in like a couple days, maybe 3 days. So it went quickly. I probably used too much of it. Yeah, this side should be good. There's a little bit of something that I feel underneath. Okay, this side seems okay. The bottom seems okay. It's going nice and smooth. So it's only the left side, which is basically the V-core and ground. So that is to be expected. Come on. Just as long as we don't move any cups and, you know, don't make any solder blobs and don't scrape the board, you know, it can take as long as it has to take. But, you know, in that regard, the AM5 is also a lot easier to wick. You don't have to worry about the cups, because they're usually on the other side of the board and the majority of them are on the CPU, which in my view is much better option. There you go. Yeah, the board just cooled down too much, and that's why it wouldn't wick so easy. But now that it's up to the temperature, it's going well. Okay, that should be the last pass here, and we should be good. Okay, that should do it. Oh, it's the worst part is that it's really bad for your back. I mean, it would be better if I had, I don't know, higher chair or something, so I don't have to lean on top of it. Lead Farmer gave me a nickname for that. I don't remember what it was, but I know I have a nickname from Lead Farmer for working in that position. Now I have flux on my beard. Which is fine. It's all natural. It's no problem. Maybe one day I'll start selling my ingredients for a beard maintaining. Once nobody buys my flux, I'll start selling the ingredients to maintain your beard. Hey, you want your beard nice and sticky, sticking to absolutely everything, and being annoying AF? Buy my product. It'll make your beard super sticky, and it's gonna be really annoying. You're gonna love it. Why not? Why not? Alright, there's a lot of flux inside, but what are you gonna do? I'm not gonna remove it. Alright, we're looking good. So let's put some fresh flux. Now let's put it on. Let's remove the block. Oh, it solidified on me too quickly. Well, not too quickly. I just take too long, but yeah, there it is. Alright, there's my blob of solder. Now, where are my eyes? Ah, crap, I lost my eyes. There. Okay, found them. Without my eyes. Let's see. Move this to the left. Move this to the right. Move this up. Move this down. This up. And I think we're good. Maybe a little bit to the left over here, a little bit to the left over here. Too much. Too much. I need more light. This one a little bit higher. I know someone asked me, it was a long time ago, I feel like, but they asked me like, I always damage the socket when I replace it. And at first I didn't catch that, I didn't understand. But what he was referring to was that he was using tweezers to put the socket on, and while doing that he would mangle the pins and stuff like that. Well, if you do it when the board is hot, yeah, that's something that unfortunately happens. So my solution would be, don't do it when it's too hot, do it when it's a little colder. Okay, fan off. Let's move the heater. Is that good? No, that's not good. Maybe. Oh yeah. No. Okay, that's. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, and we're already positioned nicely. Are we? Let's move a little closer. And let's catch this corner over here. There. And let's get some focus. So I want just this corner, yeah. So we can see, we should be able to see it nicely. I think. But the light sucks. But, well, what are you gonna do? Alright, it's preheating. We're 92 at the bottom, 75 at the top. And let's grab a beer. I'll be right back. All right. What do we have here? Let's see. How much did I miss in the chat? Oh, looks like not much. I guess DoorDash Docs DOS XX. By DOS you mean denial of service? Or the old Microsoft operating system? No, I won't doing this with synthetic resin if it's so difficult and dangerous to make. I guess it was too much resin that solved in the IPA, and I think I need more ingredients. And there are plenty of ingredients you can use, but again, it's always going to be sticky. You can't fight against stickiness of the resin. It's just sticky. That's what it is. I asked that Northridge Fix for shipping to Switzerland. $60 would it cost. Only for flax, this is too much to pay. I am at the moment in the learning process. Maybe in future it will. Maybe in the future I will be doing some repairs. Yeah. Well, $60 for shipping is a little steep, but I think he just by default uses like expedited shipping, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it is more expensive. The cheapest USPS shipping shouldn't be more than like $23. I would think. Especially since it's light, right? So like 2 tubes. If you get 2 tubes, 2 syringes from me, the shipping shouldn't be more than $23. I would think. But I'm just guesstimating right now based on the shipping to other countries that I've done. That is worth buying in the States, yeah. But I'm struggling to buy it at Northridge since I longer viewed his videos. I have some issues with him now. Yeah, he's a great businessman. Okay, let's leave it at that. That some people that's not what they impress. That's not what impresses them, right? Being a great businessman. I don't know. Like, I would, if you put a comparison between Alex and Nathan, right? So Northridge Fix and Parts People, right? Nathan doesn't hire his own family, as far as I know. Maybe he does, but he hires normal people, right? He pays the salaries. He's got to be a boss. You know, he's got to pay the taxes, health insurance, or what have you. You know, do the taxes and stuff. Alex doesn't hire anyone other. Well, actually, his entire shop is his family, right? Now, what does that tell me? It's one of two things. It doesn't have to be one of those two, but I'm immediately suspicious. If you're only hiring the family and you're only working with family, then either you don't want to actually pay good salaries to people, so people don't want to work for you because you're not competitive on the market, so you just can't find people to work for you. And I worked for people that had this problem, and it wasn't even the problem of the money. Number two possible reason is that it's a really bad boss. That happens, you know. People are just, you know, great workers. They're great business owners and stuff, but they're just not great at managing people, hiring people, and maintaining employment for the people. Either people don't want to work for them, or they fire people on the spot, and just turnaround is so huge that no one else wants to work for them over time. Now, I worked for a person that the problem was that, you know, they were really bad bosses. That's why nobody wanted to work for them. It was a relatively small town, and in small towns or small areas, the word gets around pretty quickly, right? And people just create this image of the company like this is a bad boss, you don't want to work for him, right? And then no one wants to work for them because that's the general opinion. And to change that opinion, you have to, you know, go out of your way. You gotta put some money up front, get someone at good money, treat them well, so the word gets around that, you know, that person works for them and is saying that it's a good employer, and I'm happy, right? So immediately when I see such dynamic where the family is doing all the business and there are no actual employees, it's one of those two things: either too cheap or bad boss. And there's no reason it couldn't be both, but there's also no reason that, you know, it's neither, right? So maybe it's just the area. Maybe, well, I don't know. These are just two reasons that I can think of, you know, that this usually means, right? So for the same reason, people watching the content, especially since Alex shares a lot, right? and there are plenty of people that just follow his channel because they like him, they like the person behind the channel, right? But they never had to work for him or with him, right? I would be interested in opinions of people that worked with him or for him. I would be very interested to know what kind of boss he is, how he handles himself, because the value of a man is, or the measure of the value of the man is how the man treats those below him, not those above him, right? So you're nice to your boss at work, you're nice to the CEO, and but you're an asshole to all your subordinates. You're asshole to your co-workers, basically, either people that you have control of over, that work under you, or that have nothing, that have no impact on you, right? That is the measure of a character of a man. That's why I would be especially curious to hear, some testimonials from people that worked for Northridge Fix for, say, 5 years, right? Because again, if someone worked for a week or 2 weeks, I wouldn't take that, as a good evidence of anything. Mainly because sometimes it's not a good fit. I know I worked for companies that first 2 weeks were okay, but after 2 weeks I would be unhappy, but I still stayed there for a year or two, out of laziness, I guess. But I knew it wasn't a good fit, right? I didn't like them, they didn't like me, but we just kind of got along, right? So that's something that, so until we have actually that, we can't really tell much. Because I know a lot of people have opinions about that, that's why he doesn't hire people, or, but we don't know that. We just don't know that. Sometimes, the month says something that, you think that, it should, like, having a business of this size, you should have 18 people and staff, right? And I think Nathan has like close to like 20 people or more than 20 people on staff, right? So apparently it's working, right? But it's also different kind of business. I know Alex sells a lot of stuff on his platform, so you don't need, like, because I understand it's difficult to hire a technician to do, I don't know, BGA work or something, but or even more so the diagnosis and stuff like that, so it might be difficult to hire a technician, but to hire someone just to fulfill the orders, pick the stuff off the shelves, put it in the box, print the label and ship the box, anyone can do that. You really don't need to, go through harsh recruiting procedures to find someone who will be good at doing that. So I don't think it would be a problem of actually finding people, right? So I'm surprised that it just, when was it? When he made that a couple weeks ago, that FAA video, he was in the shop fulfilling orders because who was that, like his uncle or someone, a family member, right, the big boss, was on vacation. So if that guy is on vacation, now you have to fulfill the orders on top of fixing the boards and stuff like that. Like, really, you can't find a person to just literally fulfill the order, so literally just pick the stuff from off the shelf and put it in the box. That's kind of puzzling to me, because it cannot be the reason cannot be that you can't find people to work, because especially now with the unemployment at the highest in years, and people not being able to find jobs, you probably, as soon as you make a listing for job opening, I'm sure you would have dozens of people lining up for that. And I'm sure you can find someone who will work diligently and get the job done. So it's puzzling to me. Like, I understand it's having employees is expensive, sure, but if you have working business and you're essentially flaunting the being a millionaire, or having a multi-million-dollar business, surely you can find a little bit of capital to hire people and scale that business up. Because how much can you scale just doing a family business? I mean, it has its appeal, right? Different kind of appeal, where you can say that, hey, we're a family business, right? Sure, you can probably maybe get more business that way, because personally I prefer to support family business rather than like some big corporations and stuff, sure. But at the end of the day, if you have stuff that you need repaired, do you really care about that? And it's not like he's cheap, right? I'm not saying he's expensive, but he's not cheap. It's a solid solid bill that you get at the end of the procedure. And the bench fee, just comparing bench fees, mine is $50, his is $95, right? So it's almost twice as expensive in his shop to get anything in. Also, I don't enforce my bench fees when I receive the item, which, from business perspective is probably not the best. And sometimes I don't charge the bench fee, right? If I had an ECM some time ago and I just couldn't get it open, right? I spent like an hour on it, but I couldn't get it open. I didn't charge the bench fee because I didn't even look inside, because I just couldn't get it open. If the customer asked, like, how much do I owe you, then maybe I would have charged the bench fee, but they didn't ask. I didn't charge for shipping, anything. I took the item I couldn't do anything with, so that's on me. But essentially, the bench fee is maybe not super expensive, but $95. That's a decent bench fee. A lot of procedures that I do, like this one, 3 boards. I fix 3 boards, and I get a little less than his bench fee for that. I do 3 socket replacements, and I get a little less than his bench fee. But this is special case, obviously. It comes with the what do you call it? The volume, right? So at sufficient volume, you can negotiate good price. But again, my point is that I'm sure he can find people that would love to work for him, even for not very big money. But it just puzzles me that he doesn't want to scale in that regard. But as I said, it's the 2 reasons come to my mind, but what the reason is, we will never know. Tech repairers, Bitco tech repairers. It's gone 1 a.m. So I'm gonna call it a night. Very interesting stream. Thank you, and thanks, chat. Thank you, Bitco. Always a pleasure having you here. Good night. Especially where he is. Tim was not far from him, and he had 0 issues finding good stuff. Okay. I guess in Lebanon, where he's from, it's normal to work with your family. But I know what you mean, and maybe you're right. What bothers me is he advertising his shop all 5 minutes. Well, that's how he gets more business, right? That's the whole purpose of having a YouTube channel, right? You just kind of promote your business, right? You don't get much money from YouTube, you know. If I get $100 a month from YouTube, that's all. So say he's got 10 times the viewership and stuff than I do, maybe more. Then what is that? Maybe $1,000 a month that he can get from YouTube, maybe $1,500. You know, you're not gonna pay the rent with that. So obviously, you use YouTube channel just to promote your business. But you know, I don't know. RPM actually is pretty high in this business. You know, people that have much more views than I do on YouTube, but are just in a different genre, they make less than half of what I do. I don't know. They make $20 a month. So you know, it kind of depends, because it's a different audience, right? In our business, it's a different audience. So there's better conversion rates, and you know, people just have more money. You should always charge the bench fee up front. If I had a nickel for every item here that has been abandoned, I'd have enough to own my own island. Yeah, it's an excellent advice. I agree. And maybe, you know, maybe I'll shift to that. It's kind of, you know, for the past 3 years I've been running my shop. I wasn't depending on the shop to actually pay my bills or anything like that. So my approach was more of a consumer or the customer first, right? So I prefer to lose money but keep the customer, or lose money but make the customer happy, that kind of stuff. It's not great for the business, but since that wasn't my main source of income, that's kind of what I did. Now, in this market, you know, I don't know if I'm ever gonna find another job, and the shop might be my only source of income, which means at this point, it wouldn't even pay the rent. So I might need to not only enforce those rules, but also change the way I do business, you know, start advertising or something like that. I don't know. So, you know, I'm not criticizing him for that, because, you know, business is business. You know, you gotta pay the bills. You gotta pay the employees. Well, not in his case, but you gotta pay the employees. Those employees are relying on you to make the business successful, so they have a job, right? So you're not only responsible for your own well-being, you're also responsible for people that you hire for their lives and their livelihood. So it's a different equation, sure. So maybe get some of the viewers to slap that like. Well, if you like, you know what to do, right? I don't think I need to remind you that there is a like button. Hi from Canada. Good to see you, bro. Hey, how you doing, bro? Computers repair. What is it? Well, computer repairs. That enough? I'm surprised that you don't have at least 100k subs. Oh, actually, a few people expressed this on few occasions, that they're surprised that I don't have more viewership. There's not that many people that watch, you know, the electronics stuff, and you know, it's just, you know, the pool of people that are interested in this is not huge, right? If I did, you know, a content that Mr. Beast does, or, you know, some of the popular creators, then yeah, I would probably have hundreds of subs by now. But, you know, how many people are interested in, you know, replacing 1700 sockets on some obscure motherboards? Oh, damn. Yeah, it felt like there was a lot of flux, and all that flux, what do we have? 71. I'm gonna wait just a few more seconds. All that flux just flown to here. Look at all this. All of that is drowning in flux. Crazy. There. Okay, I get this, but for a European, it looks too much advertising. Maybe that's only me that's is thinking so. Well, I'm a European as well. Quick thinking. Thank you so much. The battery died. How long have it been? It surprisingly died too early. Earlier than I thought it would. Usually they last about 4 hours. Anyways, on the... So I was reading the from Kiki that as a European, he thinks that it's a bit too much advertising, right? Not enough content, too much ads, essentially. So, you know, being a European myself, I look at it this way. When you publish a video on YouTube, okay, it's holding. Let's check the tab. Okay, top left corner is fine. So, when you publish a video on YouTube, the first 30 seconds you lose 70% of your audience. It's kind of a good rule of thumb. That's how it works. For many reasons, but what exactly we don't know. That's just how it works on YouTube. So essentially, to gain a view, to gain a full view of, you know, someone watching your entire video, you have about 30 seconds, for 30 first seconds, to convince someone to stay, right? And the majority of that is, do you have good audio? Do you have good camera? Right? That kind of stuff. So typically, the majority of the audience will just tune out 30 seconds. Did we drop some frames or something? Because my OBS said that it was disconnected. Can you guys hear me still? I don't know, it says everything's good here, so I'm not sure. But I think we did drop some frames. Okay, so anyways, that's why those those first 30 seconds are so important, right? So if you use those first 30 seconds to shill your product, to grift, you know, to sell something, I'm gonna criticize you for that, right? Because I know, because I know what you're doing, right? The regular viewer might not know. But the other YouTuber knows what you're doing. You're using that 30 seconds to, you know, shill your product. So I do have a problem with that. But then, if you have, I'm talking about that in reference to, you know, the creator I talked about, I don't know, in my last stream or a few streams ago. That first 30 seconds was literally she trying to, you know, sell her tea. Like, I don't have grocery store, I have to order my tea for 3 times the price from a YouTuber. No wonder her sales dropped. But then you have literally like 2 minutes of content, then you have 5 minutes of an ad, right? Sponsored content, essentially. And some of these are obnoxious, especially for HelloFresh and all those. Like literally 5 minutes of someone advertising subscription food. I can't even make my own food anymore. I can't even buy my food anymore. Now I have to pay for the subscription to eat. And then the content, the actual content, right? And the content itself, it seems forced. There's literally no substance or very little substance. So it feels to me like this entire video was first of all made just so you can fit on that sponsored content and your own ad. And I understand that some YouTubers have a schedule and they need to release the video, and that the advertiser already paid for the appearance in that video, so you have to release the video. But it feels to me like that whole video was made just to get those ads in and to fulfill the obligation to the advertiser, the sponsor. That I have a problem with. Now with Alex, maybe it's too much. I don't watch a lot of his videos, especially lately. But at at some point I would watch, like every day, hours of his videos, right? Because I was catching up with the older content and stuff. And he does it like in a, I don't know about now, but at least he used to do it in a relatively subtle way. Not starting the video with shilling products. Then he would get advertisers, which puzzled me as well. Like, what, you have a multi-million-dollar business, but you're advertising PCBWay? I don't know. I wouldn't. But, like, how much are they gonna pay you? Like, say even $1,000. maybe a couple $1,000s. That's it. And it's probably more like a few $100s for an appearance, because it's not like he gets millions of views, right? So that kind of puzzled me. But before he had sponsors, it never really bothered me, because he did it in a relatively subtle way, doing the repair, then repairing stuff, and then as he repairs, like, yeah, this is the solder I'm using, you can get it at my store. This is the flux I'm using, you can get it in my store, and that kind of stuff, right? So it was relatively subtle. It never really bothered me. I would definitely... Oh, god damn it. Did I... What happened here? Let's preheat again. Oh, you. How long did the other board take? Like 40 minutes? I didn't reset the timer on this one. And I didn't even check the timer on that one. But let's reset the timer on this one. So yeah, basically my opinion is that is not the worst. Actually, him shilling the products and stuff, it never really bothered me that much. There was a good amount of value in his videos on top of the product shilling. And at least now he's making his own products, because, you know, it used to be that he would just slap a, you know, Northridge Fix label on crappy Chinese stuff and just call it a great product. But, you know, just so we're not too harsh on him, he does go through a lot of like equipment and stuff like that, and whatever works for him, right, then he sells on his website. So it's not like, you know, he finds some cheap stuff on AliExpress and just gets it and sells it, right, without actually using it and stuff like that. So, you know, it's not like he's all bad. You know what I mean? There's plenty of redeeming qualities to that man. Let's see, frame dropped. Yes, I know. It seemed like let's see, did you have luck fixing the Acer with the IT? No, I sent it back to if that was the one from Dave, then I sent it back to Dave. We didn't have much success with that one. I don't remember what exactly was the problem over there, but I think we settled on the PCH issue or something like that. I don't remember. That was too bad, because that was a simple, you know, port replacement repair. But then during the port replacement, I didn't do it. Just in case you're asking. But the other technician, during the replacement, there were problems and that caused a lot of issues. So yeah, if the laptop came to me right away for port replacement, I would just replace the port and it would be a successful repair. But then, you know, the EC chip was shorted and there were some other shorts. I don't remember what was on there, but there were plenty of issues. Can you possibly show why people want this socket replaced? How do you mean? Like, some people want sockets replaced, some people just replace the motherboards and sell the boards as broken. You can find relatively cheap boards with busted sockets. Pretty good ones actually too. If you, don't know. Once I release my product, once I finish it, it'll make it easier to actually hunt for those good deals, because you can add like 50 listings and you'll get few of them without, you know, putting in any effort. Okay, this explains a lot. I didn't know this. That's in reference to something I said and I wasn't reading the chat. Just a few frames dropped. Yeah, it was buffering for a bit. Refresh fixed it. Yeah, now it's good. Okay. Master, I need an oscilloscope and I'm limited in my budget. I can't afford a professional oscilloscope, so I'm looking into what you think of this Owen SDS1102. Your opinion would be a great help. It kind of depends on what you need it for. As you can see, I'm using Frenzy. It's like a $200 scope. Not even. It's under $200. What's your budget? Let's start there. Because Owen is a good scope. But it's more expensive than Frenzy. And Frenzy can get you what you need, but depends on what you need. You are right. In the older videos, he doesn't do advertising as much like nowadays. And I guess he's a good technician. I learned a lot from Alex, and he's a reason why I started soldering. Yeah, kind of same here. I mean, he did inspire me to open my own shop. So yeah, and he definitely has a lot of skill for like soldering and stuff. Maybe not the best diagnostician, but definitely an excellent technician. Oh dear, I guess I'm tired. My last sentence is so wrong. Well, as you can see, I can still decode it. It's not an issue. 190 or 250 for the oscilloscope. Well, for 250 you can get a pretty good one. I mean, pretty good one. Again, what do you need it for? What kind of work? If you need any kind of reverse engineering of SPI buses or I2C or anything like that, then the Frenzy is not gonna be your friend. It's not gonna get the job done. If you need it for like general, like I use it, right? Either the audio amplifiers, like calculating RMS, checking the signal distortion on the low frequencies, like audio frequencies, it's perfectly fine. If you just want to see for laptop repairs, yeah, Frenzy is all you need at sub $200. I don't know nowadays, but I think it's like 130, 150 bucks. I use it for laptop repairs. Because in the laptop repair, you don't really care about what the signal is. You just want to see if it's there, right? You're not going to be decoding it. You're not going to be, reverse engineering it and stuff like that. Hey Ralph, I was wondering what fume extraction you use with the IR65. I use none. I use none because I use the best flux available on the market. Link in the description. the Sierra Mike or Whiskey Tango. I make it myself. It's non-toxic, non-irritating. Oh, it needs a little longer. And yeah, I don't even use fume extractor anymore. Oh, Steven's here. How you doing, Steven? Good morning. / evening. Well, your time it's evening. You're like 3 hours, yeah. Well, like actually late afternoon. It's pretty late evening here. Why is this one taking so long? No, still not there. Interesting. The other one, didn't I tell you guys? Like as soon as it hits 205 it's gonna be ready. I think I messed up preheating. TC is touching properly. Everything's good here. Yeah, I must have messed up preheating. It's like half the profile now, half the step, and it's still not lifting. Crazy. Long night trying to get a good backup of a transmission controller MCU. So you're trying to dump the MCU. Yeah. You have to solder on the wires onto the board, huh? And some of these MCUs use K-line or equivalent of K-line. It's like super slow transmission, like literally bytes a second. And you have to dump like 128 megabytes. Yeah. I've no of these. Okay, here's our socket. All good. Let's stop it, because that's our... Yeah. Remove the TC. Lift the heater. Fan switch on. Remove the heater out of the way. Put some awesome flux. And look at that, Steven. You know what this is? That's a beautiful rod of low melt solder that you sent me. Let's get this a little bigger. And let's get a little bit of low melt over here. Not too much. Yeah. I know it might be a waste, but it's so much easier with low melt. It just listens to you a lot more. Just look at this. With leaded, I mean it still works, but not as well as this one. Let's see. You guys want to see a little more than that? Let's give you a better angle over here. But not here. Where are we? There. There. That should be better. We'll see a lot more. Come on. get in here. And let's, come on. The last one is always by the laws of Murphy, or Murphy's law. The last one is gonna give us the most issues. What do you guys think? There's something that's gonna go wrong with this one. So it's always the last one. And the reason for that is because I'm gonna be, I don't know, rushing or just be tired. I don't know. But it's always the last one that's gonna give you issues. Okay, looks like it's going well now. Yeah. Yeah, you see the leaded solder, it doesn't follow the tip this well. Right. And also it requires higher temperature. So yeah, I definitely prefer low melt. But yeah, I agree. If I didn't get it for free from Steven, then I would probably consider the price of it. But since it cost me literally nothing, well, by nothing, I mean, you know, I'm gonna have to do something nice for Steven now. So, you know, I have to repay him somehow. But since I didn't actually have to suffer the paying the bill, you know, I kind of treat it like I shouldn't. Basically, like it was free, because technically it was. All right, wick. Let's wick and let's be done with this. Let's see, 1995 Hitachi H8 chip. Oh, 95, right? Yeah, so it's definitely K-line. So yeah, it's a slow process to dump the data from that chip. So I can buy this one. I also see this Hentech DSC. Yeah, that's an overkill, man. Unless it's a knockoff or fake. If it's actually Hentech, then it shouldn't be that cheap. And it's definitely an overkill for just laptop repairs. You don't need a an oscilloscope with decent memory, decent resolution, and physically being able to go to like 100 megahertz or 200 megahertz. If all you need is to just check if there is any activity on SPI line, when the computer boots and stuff like that, you know, that's an overkill. It's great, low melt solder. Love your method to make sticks, but high temp espresso straws make them small. I'll try that. Not the super small string straws. Okay. Even if I did you done this one in 1/3 of the time. Oh, right. 1/3 of the time? Okay. Alright. Thinking of making a 3D printed mold. 95C is with the range of PLA safe. It is, but it's gonna deform at that temperature, man. It also reacts strongly with UV and stuff like that. No, PLA is not good for anything to make actual tools. There are better solutions for that. Alright, for some reason it's not wicking that great. I mean, it's wicking, but not that great. For some reason this board is giving us issues. Not sure what's up with that. Huh. That is weird. Let's wait for it to maybe heat up a little bit. Is it too cold? What do we have? 159 at the bottom. The heater is on full blast. This, I don't know if you can see it. This part over here. Here, it doesn't want to wick. That's weird. Yeah, that's super weird. I'm not sure what's going on over here. But I'm gonna ignore it for now and just do the rest of it and then come back to that spot. It's not soaking. Why is it not soaking? Yeah, that's weird. Something's not right here, gentlemen. Yeah, it's not behaving right. Huh. I think I know what might be the issue. It could be that because I turned off the bottom heater, right, when I put the low melt, and it could be that the lead-free solder wasn't hot enough to mix with low melt. So to confirm, so that is actually a downside of a low melt solder. because you don't know that, right? You don't know if it mixed or not. So now I'm gonna do a little bit of leaded just to make sure. And we'll see. So I guess that is a little bit of a downside of low melt, because it melts at really low temperatures. And it'll happily stay, you know, liquid, so you know, floating, even though it's not mixing with the actual lead-free solder. It's still my fault because I turned off the heater and I started applying when the when the board was a bit too cold. So it's not a problem of the low melt solder, it's a problem of my technique. Now let's see what this is gonna do. Especially this spot over here. Oh yeah, I can already tell. Yeah, now it's smooth. Yeah, so that was the problem. Yeah, I just put low melt a bit too late or too early, depending on how you look at it. It didn't mix with the lead-free solder on the board, and that was the problem. Yeah, now it's nice and smooth. So I kind of messed it up a little bit, but nothing we can't fix. Okay. Yeah, and of course my soldering iron, you hear that? It's screaming. Yeah, you see, it's turning on and off. The sensor seems to be malfunctioning. Okay, let's do more. That's way too much flux, but I prefer to have too much than not enough. By the way, Steven, what kind of flux do you use? And what's your address so I can send you some good flux that you can see in action over here? You're not gonna get a better flux in the United States, at least not made in the United States. Support American products. Small family-owned business. Not because I can't hire anyone, or not because no one wants to work for me. It's because I can't afford to hire anyone. That's why it's a small family business. Okay. I'm getting pretty hot over here, guys. Let's get this done quickly and painfully. And I can't see the shape of my tip to get the optimum heat transfer. Come on. Almost there. Almost there. Few more pads and we're done. Thank you, babe. All right. Just a few more passes and we should be good. Come on. Yeah, let me cut the wick because it's getting too long. Too long to operate. Cut the wick. Here the flux is kind of spent at this point. Let's clean the tip, that always helps. There. Okay, we're good here. Almost perfect here. Now this side, come on. See, if you do it slowly enough, it should soak all that solder on. Alright, but it kind of depends on many factors. I don't see much solder being soaked in at the moment anymore. But the question is if we mixed all the leaded and lead-free solder properly. And my back is killing me. But I think we're good. Ooh, I got some nice sandwich over there. All right, now for cleaning. Damn, I think I need to take off my shirt. No worries, I have a t-shirt underneath. There's not gonna be a nudity on my stream. gonna be partial frontal nudity. Just my face. All right. What do we have here? Murphy's Law hits then if you didn't expect it. Yeah. Whiskey Tango or Sierra Mike Flux is better for sockets. I say Sierra Tango. No, what am I saying? Sierra Mike. I am working on the blend on the hybrid actually, but I say Sierra Mike is better for sockets. It's not great for wicking, but it kind of depends on what you favor, right? It's easier to clean, and that's what I care about. You know, it takes a little longer to wick because Whiskey Tango is going to be better for wicking because it has lower activation point. Right, so it's just gonna soak the solder much better than Sierra Mike. But Sierra Mike is much easier to clean, and that's what I care about. So if you don't care about cleaning and you care about more care about wicking, then Whiskey Tango is your choice. Steven, you sent me a wholesale source? All right. On email or Discord? Well, I'll find it either way. It's still costing you something. I'd rather reserve it for something where I actually need it for. True, true. Well, before I can become proficient and know actually what I need it for, I have to use it, right? And I have to keep using it, so I know what it's good for. Know what I mean? So yeah, how do I know it's what it's good for if I don't use it and I just keep it for special occasion? Right? So yeah, I prefer to just, at least for now, to just use it for a lot of stuff. So I know how it behaves, how, like this particular issue that I had here is when I put it on way too cold board and it didn't mix with lead-free solder, right? So something that I've learned just now. So if I didn't use it, I wouldn't know that. So that's why for now I'm gonna be using it for a lot of stuff, just so I see what it's good for, what it's not good for, and what are the pitfalls of it. So yeah, for now I'll just use it for a lot of stuff, I guess. Okay, aligning. Come on, align quickly, because we're hot and we're tired and we want to be done with this. And you're gonna stick to my fingers now, you naughty, naughty little socket. Well, okay, I need ice. Let's get some ice. Okay, this corner is good. This corner is good. This corner is not. Now it's good. Too much to the left. It's these 1700s on these boards are kind of difficult to align because they almost cover the line, right? And I don't know what's more difficult, when they cover the line or when they are like a little bit moved away from the line. because in some sockets you just have to know how far from the line they need to be, and they need to be like touching the top line, not touching the bottom line, and they need to be over left and right line. That's typically on some boards with AM5 sockets. So I'm not sure which one's more difficult. This one at least is, you know, perfectly designed for this, or the outline is perfectly designed for this socket. So there's no guesswork. None of that. Okay. Now let's get a good angle for the drop. That should be it. Unfortunately, the light, for some reason the light is not listening to me today. Alright, let's do some long preheating. We dropped to 74 at the bottom. Alright, let's save this blob over here. For whatever reason. And last socket. Okay. Alright. Make your bets. What time, what temperature is it going to drop? Oh, it's like really hanging in the air. Why does it look like it's really hanging in the air? Sometimes the light plays tricks with you. Not K-line, have to read as an EEPROM. So it's a serial communication. In either case, that's going to be what, like 92K at the most, if not 28. So yeah, in either case, it takes a while to read those old chips. This 1/3 the time was on your Murphy's Law comment. Okay, so you need to get yourself a worktop table that fits on a remote standing desk adjustment. Oh, you're tasking me with some expensive purchases, man. Stand-up desks are pretty expensive nowadays. Cats. So now it's time for my bed. It's 3 a.m. here in Switzerland. So good night to all, and till next time. See you, Kiki. Thank you so much for joining. I'll see you next time, I guess. Need to practice to become proficient. Proficiency comes from experience. True, very true. You brush flags onto the socket but not on the board to reinstall new. Who's that? Les? How you doing, Les? So I used to put flags on the socket and on the board, but I was using different flags back then, and the problem with that was that by the time the board reaches proper temperature, the flags was already all burned off. That was Kingbo. And cleaning it was extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. Because Kingbo is water soluble for the most part. But some parts of it are alcohol soluble. So so that was difficult. But now I have my awesome natural flags. fully organic, and it cleans easily, and it doesn't burn as much as the Kingbo flax would burn. So now I just put a little bit on the board, put the socket on, align the socket, blast it with heat, and it works perfectly fine. This lighter is done. All right, so we have 2 more 1700 sockets for my collection of broken sockets. Okay, got it. But didn't I see you brushing the socket? It was just to clean. Yes. Oh, okay. Now I get your yeah. I get your question now. Yes, you did see me brush the socket. I brushed the socket with a little brush like this, right? And the reason for that is the sockets come in those little paper towels or tissues. They're basically tissues. They shed a lot of those little particles, right? And if you leave those particles on the socket, they will mix with flux and they will give you problems. So I'm eating. So that's what you saw. Yeah, because before I used to actually put a flux on the socket as well as on the board. But now I just clean it. They tell me that if you order enough of these, they send them to you on the plastic trays, properly, you know, as they should. But I order at the most I order like, I don't know, 10 at a time. At the most, I think at the most I've ordered like 20 maybe at one time, AM5s, and they still came in the box and all in the, you know, packed in the paper tissues. So that's the whole reason. Okay, we got 180 over here. Let's do 205. Right at the bottom. Oh, and I forgot my fan was still on. Not good. Yeah, so yeah, plastic trays. Tray is 12 quantity per tray. I guess you would have to order 24 or more. Yeah, I think at the most I ordered like 20, so I guess they didn't consider that being an order worthy of a plastic tray. Wonder how many are on standard JEDEC tray? Oh, so it's 12. Okay. Yeah. Which is weird, because when I order, you know, when I ordered 20, why don't they just send me 2 trays and just 4 unpopulated? Or just make it somehow transparent on the listing that, you know, you order in quantities of 12 each, right? I would go for that. So I would either order 12 or 24. But I either order 10 or 20, because that seems more appropriate. Ralph, was a great stream, sir. Was glad to catch it in life. 4 a.m. will be coming very quick. Have a great rest of your stream. Good night all. Good night, War Construct. Thank you so much for joining. Oh my god, 4 a.m. So yeah, you're somewhere in Europe. Oh, tough, man. But sometimes I stay until 4 a.m. myself. So yeah, good night. Catch some sleep because tomorrow's Monday. Definitely. Mm-hmm. 20 would be 3 trays. I mean, if the tray holds 12, then 2 trays is 24. 3 trays. I'm not sure. Cover tray. In the past, I had trays where when ordering directly from suppliers on Alibaba, yeah, and always tissue when ordering on AliExpress, yeah. You think I should try Alibaba? Maybe. I don't see why not. I don't even have an account over there. I thought it was basically the same thing, the same company, but I guess it isn't. Or maybe different sellers just sell on this and that, you know. Just like on eBay, you have different sellers. You can buy a lot of stuff from China on eBay. Pretty much the same stuff you buy on AliExpress, but I guess AliExpress has lower I don't know, lower fees or something, because it's always cheaper on AliExpress than eBay, even though it's the same thing. Like if you try to order sockets on eBay, and I don't remember, it was something like 30 bucks a socket, which is like $5 a socket on AliExpress, or 250 depending on the socket, obviously. Oh, so on Alibaba you deal with suppliers directly. On AliExpress you deal with sellers. Okay, I didn't know that. That's good to know for sure. 193 at the bottom, 151 at the top. Very good heat transfer of this board. Best prices I had on Alibaba was from suppliers name Shenzhen Chuangjingjai Technology Ltd. Okay, Alibaba is good for buying in bulk. Okay, I gotta look into that. Maybe I can, you know, if it wasn't for those damn tariffs and all that nonsense, I was thinking of getting like you know, wholesale stuff and just selling it on eBay locally. I'm in a pretty good spot in Atlanta. The shipping to Atlanta was never very expensive. When I was on the West Coast, it was a hassle, although but for some reason on East Coast, shipping was pretty quick and inexpensive, and I was thinking of getting some, you know, some inventory and just selling it on eBay. But then the administration changed. It's not even about the tariffs per se, of existence of tariffs, if it was implemented better. But the way it's implemented, it's like you never know. You know, today it's 50%, tomorrow it's 150%, next week it's 20%, and a few days after that it's paused for 90 days or 60 days or whatever. It's just, you know, it's not good for business, the uncertainty you have to deal with. So it's not even about the prices. And it was the same thing the first time the first administration of first Trump administration, also it was a lot of unknowns. It wasn't even about the money or whatever. It's just that transparency. You know, if I order that, how much am I gonna have to pay? And then you order that, you get it, and then you're faced with the bill that you didn't expect. You didn't calculate into your price, but you already sold half of your stock at certain price, and you know, 3 months later you get a bill for whatever you ordered 3 months earlier, or 5 months earlier. Yeah, that was devastating. A lot of businesses took a big hit because of that. You know, for the business, you need some level of certainty of the future. And this is like basically manufactured problem, right? It didn't have to exist. We made this problem, right? It's not like anyone asked for tariffs. Let's see. Best prices I had on Alibaba was from supplier. Right. Alibaba is good for buying in bulk. Alibaba is always better as long as you meet the MAQ requirements. MAQ. Does Q stand for quantity? I don't know what MAQ is. They offer samples too, which comes in handy. Oh yeah, tariffs with China have been put on hold for a year apparently. Hopefully it stays that way. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, so now it's on hold for a year, but maybe in 2 months they're gonna return, or even next week, because someone's gonna have a tantrum over something, and suddenly we have 200% tariff or something like that. It's yeah. At this point, I don't believe that when they say, you know, it's on pause for this long. It's no. Oh, MOQ is minimum order quantity. Right. That's what I thought. I think the minimus of 800 should have stayed. Even if they dropped to 400, would have not affected small businesses as much. Well, big businesses can handle uncertainty, right? Fluctuating markets, fluctuating prices, fluctuating taxes. Big businesses can handle that. Small businesses cannot. So it's not even about the final number. It's not even about the final bill. It's about the uncertainty of that bill. Like, is it gonna be this or is it gonna be that? Am I gonna break even on this? Am I gonna make some money on this? Or am I going out of business on one order? Well, no. In case of small business, you can go out of business on one order. I see the socket dropped already. I didn't see when. Did you guys see? I did not. But it did drop. Yeah, that little corner is still kinda... Why is it... Did the socket... No, it didn't deform, did it? It should be good. It should be fine. I don't want to top it too much, but it looks like it dropped nicely. Did you guys see what temperature did it drop? Because it looks like, oh, it looks like we went through the entire profile. Let's turn it off. Oh no, this is the one say. Oh, I messed it up. This is the 205. So let's just delete first two steps and let's run the last step. See, with any other software, this would have been a problem, right? But you can, in my software, you can quickly just remove steps, add steps, you know, ad hoc. Or just quickly create another step, you know, while the machine is still hot and all that. That's why I like my software. And we're at 43 minutes. Which is not bad. Yeah, it shouldn't, 45 minutes should be the tops for each board, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. You know, for 30 bucks, you can't spend more than an hour. You know, I still think, you know, because again, I'm not trying to get rich, I'm just trying to make a living. If I can get paid 30 bucks an hour, that's a decent pay for me. If I have enough business, obviously. And if I can, you know, for 8 hours a day I can spend doing this and actually get paid 30 bucks an hour, that's okay with me. Yeah, sure, you won't get rich doing that, but you'll pay the rent. And it's not like it's a very hard job or anything. The deal was tariffs and remove income tax. No, that was never a deal because it doesn't make sense. How would that make sense? If you have no income tax, then all the businesses that make stuff here in the US don't pay taxes. Only the businesses that export stuff to United States, or only the businesses that import stuff to United States, pay taxes. The businesses that produce stuff in the United States don't pay taxes, right? So all the businesses would move to United States and not pay taxes. It's a complete collapse of the economy if that was the case. So no, that wouldn't make sense, man. So no, that was never a deal. Any economist could tell you that. Because just to be clear, I'm not an economist. Okay, I didn't study economy. I was never really interested in those subjects. So, I have a very surface level understanding of that. But this is actually pretty simple, right? You need to have a tax, either the value-added tax or income tax or both. And we have both in the US. So, that's how government is funded. If you just rely on people importing stuff, they're just going to stop importing stuff. If you're covering your cost at 30 bucks an hour, then hot damn, I need to move to US. Went to the city yesterday and eggs and coffee cost me 48 bucks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if 30 bucks an hour would actually cover my cost. I mean, if I work 8 hours a week, 8 hours a day, say 6 days a week, right? Then let's see. Let me get a trusted calculator. So we got 30 bucks times 8 hours. So that gives me 240 bucks a day. Times 6 days, that gives me 1400 bucks a week. Times 4 weeks, that gives me like $6,000 a month, roughly. I can live on that, right? It's not a great living, right? It barely pays the bills and everything, right? I would have to lead a frugal life, but I don't mind that. I don't mind being frugal. Again, I look to make a living, not make money. And this is just rough estimates, right? So, you know, some weeks can be better, some can be worse. So, I think if VAT and tariffs equals consumption-based, not labor-based. So you're gonna have to explain that to me. So both VAT and tariffs, consumption-based. Okay, I think I see your point. Yeah, I mean, you know, at some point, quite a few years ago, we decided that instead of producing expensive stuff in the United States, we like our stuff to be cheap. So many years ago, agreements have been made, and we started getting stuff from China and paying low prices for goods, right? That were very expensive beforehand. And that's all because China has cheap labor. Labor in the United States is expensive, right? And I think that worked pretty well. Now, this administration is kind of, you know, switched the gears and decided that, you know what, we want manufacturing jobs in US. We want factory jobs in US and stuff like that. But the problem with that is twofold. Number one, not many people want to work those jobs because these are horrible jobs. Just imagine, you know, doing anything that it just, you know, go to YouTube. I love watching those manufacturing videos. Pakistan, India, you know, those Kazakhstan, where the labor is really cheap, and you see those guys, I don't know, melting metal, right? Actually melting steel and casting steel parts, or doing wires and stuff like that. No PPE, no masks, no helmets, not even shoes. They only wear sandals, and most of them are barefoot. No proper, you know, clothing, nothing, and working in horrible conditions. No masks, and breathing all those horrible chemicals and fumes and all that kind of stuff, right? Making cheap stuff that we import to the United States, and, you know, and we use it. So imagine bringing all that to United States. Well, number one, no one's going to allow people to work in the same conditions that the Pakistani factories work. So you need not only all the PPE and all the conditions in the factory to be met for safety and well-being of workers, but also you have to pay a fair wage, right? So even if it's low, because it's going to be low, it's not going to be an awesome job, it's going to be relatively low wage. But on top of that, you know, what if your workers unionize, right? There's no unions in Pakistan. And, you know, they want more. We have that, the perfect example of, you know, how we can do it in the United States. The Amazon is a perfect example, right? People are peeing in the you know, plastic bottles because they don't want to have a write-up for taking a piss break. And driving routes like every day, you get more and more until you can't work anymore, and then you're replaced, right? So they literally just ride you to death, right? Until you can't do the work anymore, and then they replace you with someone else who will do that work for you, right? Or instead of you. So all that, so the turnover is big, and now the impact on the final price of the product. If you have to pay all that in the United States, then how expensive those products would have to be. So right now, say you pay $50 for the discs for your for your car, right? Not even. You can buy them for like $30 a set of 2, right? Made in Pakistan. I actually have seen plenty of videos of how they actually make it. So now, instead of $30 for a set of 2 discs for the rollers for your car, you have to pay $350 for that. Just think about that. It's crazy the prices you would have to endure. And the cell phones and stuff, it's already overpriced, especially Apple. But if they had to make it in the United States, imagine how many thousands of dollars you would have to pay for the iPhone to be produced in the United States. So, and even if you can produce it in the United States, because again, who's going to want to work that job? US was always about, well, not always, but for the past few decades, it was always about intellectual property, right? Intellectual value that we produce. So other people around the world, they work with their hands. In US, we work with our heads, right? We produce value. Because we have cheap stuff, we don't have to work too hard, so we have time to actually develop companies, develop products, develop ideas and stuff. You think those Pakistani workers, after working 8 or 10-hour shift in those factories with no PPE and no proper equipment whatsoever, you think they go back to their homes carrying, earning 50 cents an hour, they go back to their homes to develop their own products or do some art or do anything? No, they just collapse so they can wake up the next day and do it all over again. Rinse and repeat, 7 days a week, no breaks, because no one gives them breaks. So you want to bring that to United States? Would you like to work like that? Just go to Pakistan, to any factory, and try working there for, I don't know, a week, a month if you last. I don't think it would even last a month in such factory, and see how that is. And you don't want that in the United States, right? You don't want to do that. So yeah, this was completely misguided idea to just start bringing the lowest paying jobs back to United States just for the sake of saying that now we're manufacturing stuff. Well, who cares who manufactures stuff? What matters is who develops technologies to be manufactured, right? Who uses those cheaply manufactured parts to build something. That's what we should be doing. That's what we used to be doing, bringing the educated people into United States, bringing entrepreneurs into United States, bringing talented people into United States, and fostering an environment to grow the ideas, to grow the market. Manufacturing like that, any country can do it. That's why we lost the trade war to China, because guess what? Soybeans grow everywhere, right? No one needs the United States to grow soybeans. Anyways. Oh, then dinner was $100 for a steak, Caesar salad, and 2 JD and cookies. What's Oh, sorry, JD and Coke. Okay, so that's Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels. Okay, $100 for that. Yeah, I went to the restaurant some time ago. A really like good fancy restaurant. The steak. How much do you think the steak was? Not the most expensive one, but not the cheapest one. Like an average steak. Give me a guess. Housing wise, you don't find anything in Sydney for less than 1.8 million out in the suburbs. If you want the city, then good luck. Guy did my refrigeration apprenticeship with paid 2.2 million for an apartment 12 years ago. Jesus. 2.2 mil for apartment? Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, rollers. Yep, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, I kept calling it discs, but yeah, the roller discs, right? That's what the caliper clamps to stop the car, right? The brake pads clamp onto that plate. As Tim Cook said, if I had an engineering meeting in China, I'll easily fill a stadium. If I hold one here in United States, I'll be lucky to fill the bathroom. Damn. If it's Wagyu, it's probably 130. Well, it wasn't Wagyu, but it was quality meat, right? Aged quality meat. And you're very close. You're actually $8 off. $122 for a steak. So yeah, imagine how many boards like this I have to fix to afford $122 steak. It's no longer, I'm out of that market. I used to be, and well, still am, but I used to be a successful software engineer, and I would make a lot of money. So I could afford to go to the restaurants and stuff. Now, no longer. And even with the, engineering salary, I can no longer afford to, go to the restaurants and spend money. I just pay the rent, pay for the school and extracurricular activities for my son, and like all the stuff he needs, the stuff that my wife needs, and the house and all that stuff, and the paycheck is gone. The paycheck is gone in an instant. I used to go to, just a few years ago, you would go to the grocery store. I remember in 2020, so just 5 years ago, and my salary hasn't changed in the last 5 years that much. Since there was like lockdown and shit, I figured let's go to the grocery store somewhere outside the town, right? Not in the crowded areas, so somewhere outside the town, and let's buy stuff for a whole month. So like whole bunch of goods that you can put in the pantry, pastas, cans, all kinds of stuff like that. So I remember that was the first time I spent like more than $200 at the grocery store. For $200 and change, my cart was filled to the brim, and it just everything was piled up. It took me half an hour to load the car with all that. Now I just buy groceries for a week, not even a week, and that's $300. You know, for regular groceries, like, you know, just get eggs, bacon, bread, you know, some pasta, you know, some noodles and shit like that, and you know, 150, 200 bucks for a regular grocery run nowadays. So yeah, times have changed a lot, and it's not like I make less money. Well, now I don't, but it's not like I started making less money. It's just like my money is no longer worth anything, or at least not what it used to be. Yeah, crazy times we live in now, gentlemen. Crazy times. What the heck is that? Oh, the white paint chipped off the heater. Yeah, I'll probably have to replace the heater, I guess. Alright, here's the board. Better than factory. Yeah, it's holding strong. Let's lift this corner. No movement. No movement. No movement. And no movement. Okay. The socket is soldered on. Okay, that's the board number 3. We are finally done. Crazy. Oh, I didn't expect it to take this long. How long did it take? What's the time on the stream? That's what shall tell me. 5 hours? Have I been streaming for 5 hours? Who's watching this? Crazy. You guys have nothing else to do? I'm just kidding, of course. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, this took a lot longer than I thought it would. Normally I want to, you know, if I do 3 boards, I want to spend less than 3 hours. 45 minutes per board. Not counting disassembly, of course, and you know, other stuff like cleaning and reassembly and stuff like that. But that's, you know, typically depending on the board. Some boards are very easily disassembled and reassembled. Some give you a lot of issues. The ones I did today, they actually were very easy to disassemble, and it's just gonna take a minute to reassemble them. So these ones are pretty good, but I need to pick up the speed on these because I want to be done with all these, because I still have the piles of boards. Okay, I won't be able to move this just yet. Plus it's pretty hot. But let's remove this. And this is pretty much cold, so it should be good. Oh, yeah. Let's see, what do we have here? Acropolis Steakhouse, strip club, best steaks in Portland, Oregon. The owner used to operate a cattle farm. Yeah. 4 hours 52 minutes so far. Yeah, that's well. I just woke up and you're streaming. Steven, what do you mean you just woke up? Did you fall asleep during my stream and now you woke up and we're finishing? Then you missed it. You gotta rewind. You gotta rewind to see what you missed, in case you're curious. What flux do you use, Steven? Send me your address, I'll send you some good stuff. Oh yeah, so you fell asleep when you joined in and now you woke up. Okay, whatever floats your boat, brother. Whatever floats your boat. Alright, now I'm gonna let this cool down because I put the boards where I usually put the station on. So I'm just gonna let it chill over here. Noted. When I joined, I woke up an hour ago. Yeah. Well, I think we had a successful stream. We got 200 views on it, which is better than what I typically do on my streams. And we got 20 likes. Thank you guys so much for liking. And thank you so much for joining me in this endeavor of getting through all these boards. I might go live tomorrow as well. We'll see. I've been a little slow on producing content in the past like a week or so, and streams because I was interviewing for like stuff, and you know, so I was kind of preoccupied with that. I completely stopped applying to jobs because I think it just kind of doesn't produce results. So I think I'm gonna restart applying next year. I think this year is already done. I do get some messages here and there, like looking urgently for Java developers. There are no jobs for PHP. There are no jobs for .NET. It's only Java, Python, and some Ruby. So out of those three, I can only do, or I would only do Java. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the business will pick up and I won't have to look for a job. We'll see. I don't think that's gonna be anytime soon, but you know, let's hope for the best and prepare for the worst. I've been prepping for this for a while, so you know, I'll be fine for a while. It's not like I need a job right now. Uncle is unopposed again for the commissioner. Oh. You have skills, you will do great. That's what it used to be, man. If you had skills, you would not go hungry. But nowadays, I'm not too sure about that, you know. So, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I'm hopeful. I am hopeful we'll survive. You know, I survived a lot of stuff in my life, so I'm not too freaked out. I'll get something eventually. Eventually, something will come up. And yeah, I have a lot of skills in software engineering as well. Actually, more so than in electronics. Electronics has always been like my hobby. I was never, you know, quite a professional in that. Now I am, unfortunately, or fortunately, who knows. But specifically, when I started my shop, it was specifically, you know, no one's gonna hire me as a software engineer when I'm 50. So I started the shop in the effort that, you know, eventually I'm gonna have to start doing something else. So yeah, that unfortunately that came sooner than I thought, but yeah, I wish it came like a few years later, because I said no one's gonna hire me when I'm 50. I still have quite a few years until I'm 50, so You know, I was expecting that when I'm actually like 47 or 48 or 49, and not when I'm 43. But that's what it is. We're gonna have to live with that, right? You ain't been low till you had to eat from a trash can. Yeah. I wish I could say I didn't have to do that, but I'm from a pretty poor country, man. It's been tough before. So yeah, I've been low. I've been low. Not being able to afford even food. Yeah. That's why I don't want to go back to that, right? That's why I've been playing my cards the certain way for the past quite a few years, because I never want to be in that position anymore, right? So yeah, but I've been in that position, but now also, you know, back then I was single, and even in the, you know, when I was married, we still had, there were still financial problems we went through. So right then and there, I promised myself that, you know, I never want to be in that position ever again. So if you play your cards right, then you know, you don't have to be in that position. But sometimes it's outside of your control. Steven, you've been there too. I hear you, brother. I hear you. See, people like us appreciate good times. Because we've been through bad times. Right. Well, anyways, on this, a very positive and uplifting note, I think we can end the stream. 5 hours and 8 minutes of streaming, that's what the OBS is telling me. And I dropped 0.2% frames, 545 frames, so not bad. On 5 hours, that's not bad. All right. Thank you guys so much for joining today's stream. Typically I go through the list and read everybody who joined, but this the history of the stream doesn't go that far, and I am spent. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I am pretty tired. It's already 10 o'clock over here, and I had like, how many? 2 beers? 3 beers? Well, over the time of 5 hours, that's not a lot of beer. But still, you know, it adds up, and I gotta go eat something. Thanks for the stream, Ralph. Have a good week. Hopefully filled with nothing but easy pizza. So let's hope. Let's hope. Thank you guys so much. Always nice to see you guys here, and hopefully I'll see you all in the next one, the next stream, or in the next video. I have like 2 or 3 CMs in the queue, so there's gonna be some videos this week for sure. All right, one last message over here. Dobranoc, trzymaj się. Trzymaj się, Crypto Dream. Trzymaj się, stary. Dziękuwa. See you guys. Take care.